go. Good evening. This is school board meeting for Sausalito Marin City School District on Monday, December the 16th. We are opening at 5:37 p.m. And there is no intent to address the board, so we are going to go into close and we shall return. Thank you.
Wow.
Good evening. Thank you so much for being here this evening. We know that you have choices and you can be anywhere at this hour, but you chose to be here, so thank you. We are convening from our closed session and there is nothing to report. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance. Our flag is on the stage in the back there. Shall we all together? I pledge
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and how fitting it is for us to go right into a moment of mindfulness. Dr. Garcia has so graciously embedded this into our board meetings, and so this is really just a time of just thoughtfulness and quietness. And let's do that for 30 seconds, if you will. Let's add the breathing to that. Dr. Garcia, could you lead us into that, please?
Yeah, just to remind everybody, inhale for a count of 8, exhale for a count of 4, particularly around anything that we might need to process this evening around emotion or stress. 3 big deep breaths. Thank you for engaging in that with us this evening.
Thank you. This is a time for us to do an agenda reorganization. If there's anything from the diocese, this is the time to suggest reorganizing the agenda. And seeing none, we're going to move forward.
I'll move approval of the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to board communications, a time of anyone sitting here on the diocese would like to share something in their personal lives, community, or such. It's a good time to do so. Yay.
I just wanted to share with you all kind of where I'm at. Every day, no surprise, I think about this job. And I ask myself, where can I look for real hope? And the most powerful answer is, I look at every child who experiences growth and excitement with a teacher, a success coach, with a mentor, with a tutor. A child who reads at a higher level, who finally gets fractions, who looks more deeply at history and how it impacts them, how they might rewrite it, who makes a painting, sinks a basket, and sees themselves capable of more successes, of bigger dreams. The child who sees the high expectations their teacher has of them, and those expectations make all the difference. Then I take a step back and I look at the process we're going through now, exploring the possibility of unification, the power of truly putting divisiveness behind us and moving us on as one to realize our full potential. I have come away from every unification town hall inspired by the courage, the hard work, the collaboration, the creativity, the commitment, the conviction participants demonstrate. And out of that source of hope, even happiness, I've come to think of this district not as the little district that could, or the little district that hasn't, or the little district that might, or the little district that simply can't. But I'm thinking of it, I'm seeing it, as the little district that will. And I thank each and every one of you for your part in uniting us as one learning community, working toward excellence and equity. So thanks.
Thank you. Wow. What I have to say just it's daunting against what you just said, but thank you. If you are available on Saturday evening, there's going to be in this auditorium a fashion show on behalf of Wise Girls, which is a nonprofit organization here in the community. And I'm sorry I don't have the flyers, and I can possibly get that information to the school if you are of interest, but it is a fashion show here on Saturday evening, and it is set to be a good time. Alexis Wise and the Wise Girls, a nonprofit organization here in Marin City. Is there other board communication?
I would just like to piggyback on Trustee Turner's acknowledgement and thank the 50-odd people that came to Courageous Conversation training last Friday that are all on work groups that are being and contributing so much to the process. I thought it was a really important testimony to what this community represents and the hope that you outlined. And so I just want to thank everybody for your time and energy and participation in work groups and the Courageous Conversation training.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move forward. Bonnie? Caroline?
Second those comments, thanks. Or third them.
Okay, 4.05 is acknowledgements. I believe this is a placeholder because there are none as of tonight. And that brings us to our California School Dashboard. Dr. Itoko, are you presenting or is David?
I'll be presenting this item. We've kind of teased out local indicators the last few board meetings, and we've given a CASP report the board meeting prior. Brandon will flash it up here on the screen in just a moment once he works out some technical difficulties, but those of you that follow the California School Dashboard will know that it was released to the public last week. And so what you'll get to see is the public outward facing synthesis of all of the different reports that we've been giving at different school district board meetings prior. Thank you, Brandon, for working that out. Sorry the color is not quite so obvious. Luckily, we have it in words as well as pictures. And so you'll see a combination of CASP reporting scores for the Sausalito Marin City School District. Bayside MLK is the school that is generating these scores. And you'll see, as my report last board meeting indicated, on all the local indicators, teachers, instructional materials, facilities, implementation of academic standards, parent and family engagement, local climate survey, and access to a broad course of study, we are meeting the standards set forth by the state and as measured locally in those areas. In addition, there has been some improvements over the last year's school dashboard. You'll see movement in both chronic absenteeism and suspension rate from red to orange, meaning that we've shown improvement in those areas. The chronic absenteeism rate is lower, the suspension rate is lower. You'll see no performance color for English learner progress, and the reason that you see that is the number of English language learners that we have in our school district is so low that it would violate student privacy to report those figures. I think that for the first time, and I'm not sure how long, but quite some time, you'll see a yellow there in English language arts, indicating our academic progress in English language arts, and a move from red to orange in mathematics. Lastly, some of the other things that you can see on the California School Dashboard. Brandon, if you'll scroll up for me, or down as the case might be. There you go, thank you. Keep going. Keep going, thank you. Is information about our student population. Remember, these are last year's figures, so if you're having a little psychological disequilibrium between any numbers or things that you've heard reported at board meetings around enrollment this year, that's the reason that you'll see the number slightly different there. These are all reports from last year, but you can see our enrollment, the number of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, the number of English language learners, and then Brandon, if you scroll up one more page, or down, sorry, keep going, there you go, oh, there you go. You can see some of the data points. The reason we moved from orange to yellow is that there was an increase in language arts of 16.7 points on CASP last year. I guess we moved orange to orange on math. There was a decline of 3 points, but it's not enough to shift the indicator. And you can see there some indicator of the English learner progress, but why there's no score. Not only is the number of students, but the measure that the state uses, the LPAC, was in its second year of reporting, and so we'll start to see a dashboard indicator there next year. 42% of kids making progress towards English language proficiency, which is in the low range, something to be expected given that there was no ELD program in place last year. I would expect to see some changes next year. Brandon, if you can continue to scroll down. And there you see the decrease in chronic absenteeism for Bayside MLK in the district, as chronic absenteeism declined by 5.1%. Obviously, a rate of 30% of students chronically absent is still something that we need to do a lot of work on. I think that you'll begin to hear an update from our community schools manager, Mr. Reynolds, on some of the efforts and the increasing implementation of the community schools model. And again, this is an indicator that I would expect to see some significant change in next year.
If I could just ask a question on that. I believe it was explained in the past that the chronic absenteeism are the same students who are absent for a certain number of days. Isn't that how it's measured, not total absences for the school?
Chronic absenteeism is a little bit of a complex figure, but you mostly have it right. It's defined as missing 10% or more of the academic year for any reason, right? So it includes excused and unexcused absences. So this could be a combination of suspensions and illness. It could be unexcused absences. It could be that family took a vacation and didn't complete a work-study packet, and so that caused them to miss 10% of the year. As we reach towards the holiday season, when folks begin to travel, we actually are making a concerted effort to give work-study packets this year, so that at least that particular reason doesn't contribute to chronic absenteeism. When students are traveling and complete a work-study packet, if it's completed to the satisfaction of the teacher, it's actually not counted as an absent day, it's counted as days in school. And so that's one thing that we are doing this year, along with a lot of the other initiatives that Mr. Reynolds will share for the community school model to reduce chronic absenteeism.
So this is saying that 30% of the student body has missed 10% or more of the school year.
Last year, yeah.
Last year.
For any reason.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, that's exactly right.
All right, thank you.
And Brandon, if you'll scroll down one more. Yes, I can, sorry. And you'll see a decline of 4.8% in our suspension rate, down from almost 12% to 7.5% suspended. Again, that's a number that we would like to see much lower, but it does indicate some progress, and I'm confident that we may see a green or a blue indicator the way the school climate is going this year, and I'm sure David will give some indicator in that regard, but there's some great things happening with school culture and climate this year at Bayside MLK, and I would suspect to see that indicator change as well when we get to come back next year and give this update.
That would be nice.
That will conclude my report on the California School Dashboard, unless any other trustees have any questions.
I just want to point out that we're not in the red, so that's a good thing.
It is.
We have been in the red before. We're not in the red.
We're making some positive growth.
Every tick matters.
And can I ask what the standard means in terms of whether we're meeting the standard? As I read, I think the newspaper, my impression was California schools in general are not meeting the standard, or was I misinterpreting that?
So that when we say the standard's been met, we're talking about local indicators, right? And so, for instance, if we take the teachers' instructional materials and facilities item, that's going to be based on our Williams site visit and report. And so the Williams visit indicated that we had a sufficiency of instructional materials and credentialed teachers, and that our facilities were either fair or good in terms of repair and upkeep. In the particular case of this school site, it was good. And so that's how that standard is met. Implementation of academic standards is based on observation and the amount of minutes that teachers include towards the state core content standards every day. And so that was, if you remember at the last board meeting, we gave an update and shared how each teacher in each classroom at Bayside MLK is approaching the state content standards. And so that's what that means, is that we're meeting the state minimum requirements in each of these local indicators.
But for things like English language arts, is that based on testing?
Yeah, so that's going to be 100% drawn from CASP data.
Okay. And is standard sort of median throughout the state, or is that the standard that we all hope to achieve?
Well, there's a standard that's expected for the state. So if you look at our academic performance indicator, it says we increased 16.7 points. Mm-hmm. But we're still overall 68.3 points below the standard. And so the standard is a cut point set by the state that they expect that students be able to meet in English language arts. And you are correct, most of the state didn't meet the standard this year. I can bring a comparison back with the state overall if you're interested at a future board meeting. Or if you give me just a second. I can tell you what the state is.
I'm fine to research it. I just wanted to be clear that that was my understanding.
Yeah.
That we're not 67 points below the rest of the state. There's a standard, we're all trying to meet it, and unfortunately, many of us in the state are not yet at that point.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there other comments? Any intent from the public? Can you take the mic, ma'am, please? And if you don't mind telling us your name when you get there, we'll get a card filled out for you.
No, this is just a clarification question. In each of these measures, it says number of student groups in each color. Some of them have only one group, and it's in that color, orange, yellow, blue, we hope. What is that? How is a group constituted?
So the student groups breakdown along a couple different demographic subgroups, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, foster youth, and then they're disaggregated by race and ethnicity as well. So that's what that means when you see that number there, that it says number of student groups in each color. 2 in the blue, 1 in the yellow, 2 in the orange. That's what it's referring to. Again, if you're interested in particular for that indicator there in terms of suspension, right, so again, because of the size of the student population, they report only the ones that are large enough so that you wouldn't be able to identify individual students, because each student in the state of California has a right to privacy based on their individual achievement. So for math, for instance, I believe that the only student group that they report is socioeconomically disadvantaged. And then it would say no performance color for African American, English learners, Filipino, foster youth, Hispanic, homeless, 2 or more races, students with disabilities, and white. But if you go to the suspension report, for instance, that disaggregates a little bit differently. And it shows 5 student groups. African American and socioeconomically disadvantaged in the orange, students with disabilities in the yellow, English learners and Hispanic students in the blue. And so our student population is in terms of suspension, is because suspension data is not publicly available, that's why they can report the disaggregated student groups on that indicator. You can't know who got suspended by looking at this, but you might be able to figure out who did what in math if it was disaggregated any farther. Thank you for asking that question.
This information is online as well, correct?
Yeah, anybody who's interested can go to the californiasschooldashboard.org, and I'd be happy to follow up with anybody individually that would like to learn how to navigate it a little better, but it looks like we have another
Do
question.
you have a question, sir? If you don't mind taking the mic. We need that to happen, thank you.
So my question is with regards to the dashboard as well and the state standards. So I'm going to kind of hop on top of what Bonnie was asking because it wasn't quite clear to me. We have a state standard, but my real question is how are we comparing to the local schools that we are, I don't want to say competing with, but that we're in community with? Because when we all go to high school, that's the people that we're going to be in classes with, and that's the education level that we're going to have to get to. So my concerns are that we're, whatever the state level may be, that we're on par with the schools that are local around here, that the same kids that we're all going to be educated with, that we're up to that level. So how does those other, the local schools fit into what we see here? Because it looks like we're coming off the bottom, and I'm not sure that's what's going on everywhere else. It's important to me that we ramp that up pretty quick. So,
agreed, and thank you for your question. I think that's a really valid and important question. And Marin County is a school of very high-performing school districts, and so I think the question is how far do you want to go in terms of comparison? The California School Dashboard does allow us to make all those kinds of comparisons. We can compare with the county, we can compare with other individual school districts. I can tell you that we're comparing with school districts with similar demographics. And if you compare us to the rest of the county is a very high-performing county, over the standard and most of the school districts in the county. And I agree, that has to be our benchmark. That has to be our goal. That has to be where we're pointing for all of the students in this district. Agreed. Yeah.
It would be helpful before the two of you leave tonight, if you could fill out a card, please. Thank you. Is there any other attempt from the public? Thank you. We're going to move on. to the Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Academy Community School update.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay. My name is Jameer Reynolds. I am the community school manager here at, here at Bayside Elementary School. To give you a brief background on who I am, prior to coming to Bayside, I helped set up 2 community schools in West Contra Costa Unified School District, Lavanya Dejan Middle School and Lincoln Elementary School. Prior to that, I lived in Abu Dhabi for 5 years, where I was an English professor and a financial analyst for a small oil company. And I also helped establish the first ever African-American male mentoring organization in the United Arab Emirates. And so, you know, I come here with a global perspective. And so tonight, we will be discussing our transition into becoming a full-service community school. Okay. And so a full-service community school provides comprehensive academic, social, and health services for students, family members, and community members. If you look at our school, it's like the heartbeat. It's in the middle of everything, and the major arteries are the byways and highways. And so our job is to pull in the community, not just parents and families of students that go here, but any community member that walks through our doors. It is our job to help them, no matter what the ask may be. And so for us, we want to ensure that we are doing high quality early learning, remedial education aligned with academic support, but also promote family financial stability, promote family mental health, and really give a complete circle of support, in addition to including instruction of adults in English as a second language. We would like to host adult classes here for ESL learners because we know that they are a part of our community, and we want to make sure that they are integrated properly and supported properly. All right. Next slide. So, I was hired August 1st, but when I came in the door, didn't know what to expect. I actually had to slow down and take a step back. And so what I begin to do is seek out local talent that can help me move forward. And so I created the Community and Family Engagement Department for Bayside Elementary. We have Mr. Philip Logan, our family support intern, Kayla Thompson, our community partner with Marin Public Library. I know it's Marin Free County Library. Gotcha. Ms. Shayla Davis, who's not in attendance. Ms. Sukari Valverde, who's an excellent parent volunteer. Myself. Ms. Kelsey Corrales, our unconditional education coach, Claire Hardy, our school psychologist, and Dr. Annette Clark, our clinician. And if you look at all of the individuals listed, it's a multidisciplinary team to where we can actually extend our reach a lot further in different areas instead of being limited to just one person doing something. And we work as a unit to come up with a support plan to effectively support not only our school, but our community, our families, and most importantly, our students. All right, next slide. The purpose of our family and community engagement is a shared responsibility in which Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Academy, along with partner community agencies and organizations, are committed to reaching out to engage families in meaningful ways, and in which families and the communities are committed to actively supporting their children's learning and development. So it's no more their problem. It's our problem now here at Bayside. and we do not move if one of our own is having a problem. Whether that's knocking on doors or hosting parent conferences in their living room, or maybe going to their job on lunch while they're at work. That is the goal of a community school, is to really emphasize the word community. Next slide. So, why should I care about family and community involvement in schools? Schools and parents in the community should work together to promote the health, well-being, and learning of all students. When schools actively involve parents and engage community resources, they are able to respond more effectively to health-related needs of students. Family and community involvement fosters partnerships among schools, family and community groups, and individuals. These partnerships result in sharing and maximizing resources, and they help children and youth develop healthy behaviors and promote healthy families. I know a lot of you see a lot of medical jargon, a lot of hinting at mental health. We know that that is a real thing. Our young folks are suffering, whether it's spam accounts on Instagram. If someone doesn't like their picture, they go into their room and they sink away. Or these games out here that is calling for them to harm themselves if they don't get validation. This is why it's important that we work as a community, because whether you're at Willow Creek or Bayside, I guarantee it's a few students in your school who are suffering. And so for me, I really didn't delve into it. This is why I'm actually in a doctoral program earning my PhD in educational psychology, because I want to be able to effectively help. Next slide. All right, so essential services. We have a full service parent center, job training, access to job opportunities, social emotional health services, access to clothing, food and nutrition resources, cultural and social opportunities, access to physical, social, and emotional health service, including the need for a trauma-informed approach to serving students. We know that all of this is not cookie cutter. Okay? While meditation may work for some, it doesn't work for all. We have to get to know the people that we are serving. We are in the customer service business, whether you like it or not. And we really need to service our community. In our full service parent center, we had parents come in and apply for jobs, actually get hired. Some parents apply for Medi-Cal and CalFresh because you can do it digitally now. Job and training access to job opportunities, social emotional health services. We have a clothing bank, and we have suits for men if they have interviews. We have small shoes. We have pull-ups for babies. This is what I mean by having a community approach. That when you walk in our door, if we don't have it, we're going to find it. And cultural and social opportunities. I lived in the Middle East for 5 years. Ramadan is coming up. If I go back to your school, is there a cultural space that respects the Islamic faith? Or can a student sit if they're fasting? And I just use that because oftentimes that's overlooked. Or even other spaces for other faiths and practices. Is there somewhere that they can go? Okay? And also access to physical and social emotional health services. I'm all for sports, but as a former athlete, if you do not have the correct SATs or the right GPA, no matter how fast you run or how well you shoot or catch that ball, they cannot talk to you. We need to emphasize expanding their minds more, and that sports and music is not the only way that you can see the world. Next slide. So, we're actually working from a community school action plan right here. It is for 2020 and beyond. And it is broken down into 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, up to the next 3 years. And our initial action steps, like I said, I've been here since August 1st. Develop activities to engage parents and community members in the school community, including volunteer activities, parent-centered programs, and community events. So we hosted a trauma workshop for the difficult situation that occurred down the hill. And we worked with Performing Stars and Pastor Leggett to host a town hall forum. But we knew that the parents needed a lot more. So we brought in a speaker for more individualized approach, because that impacts people differently, okay? Identify training topics and speakers. I can never say this word. Somebody say it for me. There we go. To the school community, staff, families, neighbors, and partners. How many of you know that you work alongside someone who's going through something? And how do you help them? Do you let them suffer in silence, or do you seek out help? This is what a community school does. Okay? In collaboration with our unconditional education coach, identify times and areas during the school day with the highest incidence of conflict and implement interventions and support necessary. We have something called SWIS. SWIS is School-Wide Information System. In SWIS, we can identify the time, the place, the date, everything if a student is having difficulty. And once we identify that, we can put supports in place. We know that the holidays are coming up, and it's going to be rough for some students. And they've been continuously going here, and about around this time of year, they have issues. So the Family and Community Engagement Department, we put supports in place to support that student, to give them the love and pour love and light into them. So if it's 11:56 and they're about to go through something, myself, Mr. Logan, Ms. Thompson, we can step in to avoid the crisis. Work with existing partners to identify a comprehensive restorative justice or conflict resolution training for school staff and families. Restorative justice is not just for students. We cannot promote an idea amongst students if we are bickering amongst ourselves. That is a horrible model. Conflict resolution. Kids talk. Kids carry the burden. And so we offer trainings to support adults here as well as families and students. Next steps. So, identify opportunities for volunteers to increase the presence of adults who support a positive and inclusive environment. Create a resource manual, a list of social and emotional services, including mental and behavioral health. Maintain a welcoming and inclusive environment. Survey parents on specific topics. Recruit family and community members to volunteer. Community service opportunities. Community beautification. And support with our elders. So I sat in a room with some of my community-based organizations, and I asked them, what else can you do to make an immediate impact? Having programming is fine, but what about just walking down the hill and speaking to the community? That makes an immediate impact. It doesn't require curriculum. It doesn't require just about anything. We need empathy, not sympathy, because empathy leads to empowerment. Okay? And when I say community beautification, remember, we're in a customer service business. So why can't we all get together and go serve the people who send their kids to us? That's an honor and a privilege that an entire community trusts you with their kids. That's a scary thing to do in today's time. Okay? Here at Bayside Elementary School, we created a resource manual with everything from mental health to substance abuse to shelters. For every family that comes here, we give them a community resource guide that has a map and a contact person. So we're not sending them on a wild goose chase or telling them to call 211. I know because I helped set up coordinated entry in West Contra Costa. Sat on the task force with them. And they bottleneck, they prioritize. But what if they had a manual where they can call a person directly and use us as a referral? That's what we do here, right? And help out with our elders. Yeah. Just stop by. Hello, how are you? Is there anything I can help you with? No, I just need someone to talk to. Next slide. Okay, so student groups developed by the Family Engagement Department. We have the Young Men of Distinction that is headed up by Mr. Philip Logan. This group focuses on the social and emotional health of our young men here at the school. We know that the world and environmental factors are unpredictable, but what we're trying to do is give them a skill set that is transferable and give them a global perspective and have them have a contact person here on site or create a group that they're a part of and they belong to something that sees them, that appreciates them. So that way the inward love can manifest itself outwardly. We have Girls on the Run. If you're familiar with Girls on the Run, it is a program sponsored by Kaiser. They do emotional wellness training in addition to physical training. Our young ladies here at Bayside completed their first ever 5K. Thank you. We have the Bayside MLK Public Relations and Marketing Firm, along with working with TAM. Here our students create media content. We will have our first news broadcast tomorrow with the Bayside News Network. We have a news anchor, a community correspondent, a weather girl, and our sports anchor, all lined up, ready to go. And they will be talking about all of the things that is going on, coupled with international news, okay? We have the Bayside Youth Entrepreneurs. So recently, I spoke with the owner of Vitality Bowls. He agreed to be the first business to be a part of our entrepreneurial program for our 8th graders. So what's going to happen is our 8th graders are going to go across the street and sit and talk with the business owner. He's going to show them ins and outs of what it takes to run a business in their community. He's also hiring local people. And he's sincere. All right, next slide. Okay, so our parent and community groups, Bayside Men's Club. This group was actually created to give men a space to be vulnerable, to say, I don't know everything. Because oftentimes, let's just be honest, in schools we don't see the father, whether it's black, white, anything. And a father wants to be seen, I am a father. And when I go into the school, they don't look at me, they talk to my wife, and no, I'm here too. And so we want to use this space not only for that, but even for networking purposes. We bring in employers. We offer training, apprenticeship programs. Moms Demand Action. This is a group that has over 6.8 million volunteers, and they do education around gun violence. But after meeting with them, they also said that they have access to other services, such as free mental health services, hosting a family paint night here, a Bayside Women's Club. And this is for, you know, our mothers, the women in the community who feel like they're doing it on their own and nobody understands their story. But just imagine walking into the room and you see a group of people who know exactly what you're going through but maybe they're at a later stage so they can guide you to it. Our Parent School Alliance, which is our answer to our PTA, and this was just started, and we have gotten a lot done because in those meetings we're honest, it's no fluff, and it's okay to say that we don't know. And so we're building another team from there. Next slide. And so these are school advisory committees, our LCAP, ELAC, and DLAC. Does everyone know what the acronyms stand for? I don't want to, you don't? Okay.
Why don't you tell us?
Okay. All right, so the LCAP is the Local Control Accountability Plan, and this is the plan where there's a committee that sits and discusses and looks at resources that are beneficial to the school community, and we strategize with the plan to how to seek out these resources and implement the programs into the school. The ELAC is the English Language Advisory Committee. This is for our ESL families who speak any other language or English is not their mother tongue. And so, we're creating something for our brothers and sisters from the Middle East, our brothers and sisters from far Asia, from Central America, Latin America, because there are different dialects in all of these places. And I know they have valuable input, and so this is what the committee is for. And the DLAC is the district level of the English Language Advisory Committee. Next slide. All right, so real quick, I know this is real little. We actually have a plan here, which is to identify, focus on specific groups and families, connect, communicate, prepare, and follow up. In order for us to be an effective community school, everything has to be evidence-based. No more, we have this great plan, but if I ask you to see your expected outcomes or any past data and you don't have it, we're being a lot thorough. Our kids deserve 120%. Okay, next slide. All right, so here, for any organization that wants to be a part of the BMLK community, I created an evaluation guide. And within this guide, there's a logic model, the 4 things that we focus on. In addition to, each organization must submit a yearly plan on what they intend to do here with our students. Each organization submits a monthly report to keep communication lines open. That way, if anyone walks into this school, no matter what time of day or what holiday it is, I can tell you exactly what everyone is doing. This is the goal. We want full transparency, okay? And also, each organization is asked to attend our monthly provider meeting held at BMLK. This meeting brings together all of our service providers to discuss the various supports that are provided to our students and families. We're moving out of silos because organizations have individuals that are hired by them that have other gifts and talents. And our goal is to not limit anyone if they have a great idea that is beneficial to our community. Organizations will give a form. We're given a form to lay out their outreach plan for the academic year, as I stated earlier. This will allow us to have an understanding of what is in store for our BMLK students and families. Next slide. All right, we're moving along, folks. All right. All organizations that work with BMLK, nonprofit or for-profit, must submit an outreach plan accompanied by a yearly family engagement plan. This will allow the community and a family and our community engagement department to communicate to our stakeholders on progress each community-based organization is making, accompanied by any questions or concerns any party may have. Imagine if you walk into the school and your son or daughter is in a program, and you'll be able to ask, what have they been doing for the past 2 months? No guessing, no nothing. We'll be able to detail out black and white exactly what they've been doing. That's what we're pushing for. Next slide. Okay, so Mr. Logan gave a great slogan, metrics over optics. We are past the days of doing things that look good. We're here to do the work. And in our evaluation guide, the 4 things we're focusing on is academics, attendance, family engagement and informational sessions, behaviors, and referrals. When each organization turns in a form, these 4 things have to be checked off. If you don't do academics and it's purely art, that's fine. But we want transparency. And so what we did also in this evaluation guide is a community school referral form. Let's say you know a parent who's homeless. You don't know where to go. You send her to us. She fills out this form. Housing needs, financial needs. Our team gets together and finds the resources to support. And we keep track on it. We also have a family action plan here. We sit with families and ask them to lay out their goals. It is a live document here. In addition to, I heard you guys speaking about the absenteeism. We created an attendance intervention plan. We identified the barriers that are preventing the students or the parents from getting the kids to school or the kids getting to school. I am the case manager. I sit down. If it's transportation, we address that need. If it's psychological, we find out what's going on. So we'll be able to track what's going on, and we serve as an accountability partner for the parent. Next slide. Moving right along. So strategic interventions. Again, I spoke about the attendance intervention plan, the family action plan. These are the things that we're focusing on the most, trying to increase our parent volunteerism and decrease our student absenteeism rate. Next slide. All right, so highlights, yes. All right, so we have successfully located housing and employment for community members, the establishment of Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Entrepreneurship Program in collaboration with Vitality Bowls, the first recording of our Bayside News Network, BNN. During the crisis down the hill, BMLK, myself and Mr. Logan were the first responders. We didn't ask any questions. I received a call 6:30 in the morning on FaceTime. Mr. Jimmy, I need you to get here. I arrived at the school. Me and Mr. Logan went to each of the homes that were impacted. We offered help, and the parents said, we're not Bayside parents. So, you're in this community. And so we stayed there. We got the stories. We showed our face. Okay? Created a provider meeting to pull together the services and shared information and extend services being offered. Created a parent-school alliance. We hosted a Trauma to Triumph workshop in response to the incident that occurred in Golden Gate Village. We have a lot of parents that are suffering. Even before this event, they were going through trauma. And imagine trying to raise a child, and you're still grappling with the issues that you're going through. So we created an individualized workshop along with the workbook, along with accountability partners to help lead the way. We hosted a Latinx Heritage Month. That event consisted of parents arriving to school at 6 o'clock in the morning, Miss Valverde, to cook, sing, and for students to display Latinx pride, but also for us to learn, and also for us to see, like, we have parents that are dedicated. Girls on the Run, we have a holiday clothing drive. We established a clothing bank that serves students, families, staff, and community members. Yes, we give out suits to men who need interviews. Yes, we've had runaways come into our school and needed some clothes, and we provided clothing for them. Created a family engagement department to lighten the burden of Dr. Garcia and Principal Fanan. We dispatch a team to aid in these areas. We also created a social media page. It's Instagram at BMLK_Marin City. All right, next slide. We almost done. We closing. So our potential future programs is martial arts for 4th and 8th graders, Taekwondo, partnership with West Coast Chess Alliance, educational session for families on human trafficking with Marin Coalition to End Human Trafficking, collaboration with the Wellness Center to establish a social-emotional support team, despite having or not having a particular medical coverage. There are so many students that cannot be seen because of their medical coverage, and we're working with the Wellness Center to remove that barrier. The King Movement, which is an overarching mentorship program. If any of you watch Undisputed in the Morning with Shannon Sharp, Chris Broussard is an NBA analyst. He'll be heading this up with us as well. And also a mentorship program specifically designed for the children and the parents in Marin City. All right, last slide. So in closing, fires can't be made with dead embers, nor can enthusiasm be stirred by spiritless men or women. Enthusiasm in our daily work lightens effort and turns even labor into pleasant task. James Baldwin. Please remember to love life. Don't take it for granted. Till next time, stay Bayside strong.
Mr. Reynolds, you may have some questions from the board.
I think I got an hour worth of questions, but given our agenda tonight, I'd like to just request that we meet and get to know each other, and,
yes, sir.
And I can ask some questions of you and maybe offer some help.
Yes, sir.
And just for those who are here, for your knowledge, you are located in this office?
Yes, I'm located in the back corner. If you come through the front entrance, if you walk straight down, don't turn, nothing. You'll run into a wall. But I'm in the office straight down the hall, in the corner.
In our Bayside News group, the was it the BNN?
BNN, Bayside News Network.
And that is going to start tomorrow, and then what form? How will?
Well, we're actually going to shoot tomorrow. We call my office the Situation Room. If you go in my office, we have a board that lists out everything. We dialogue with the students, they give their input. Mr. Phil is the note taker. We chalk it on the board, we type up the script, and then we go with the students. Tomorrow will be our first broadcast, and we plan on showing it around the school, and we will be interviewing community members, and it will be a real news network.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Other questions?
No, I just say I appreciate your full 360 comprehensive approach. It's just phenomenally encouraging, and just keep at it. And if you need our support in any way, please let us know.
Thank you.
Don't leave.
I'm not.
I mean, you can leave the podium, but don't leave the building. You have something to say?
No, I just want to say how exciting it is. And I've watched community courts and seen what an incredible difference they can make. Mm-hmm. And I'm just so excited to see this community school come together. And
thank you.
I agree. I think the broad vision and focusing, I think the accountability piece, I think will be helpful for all of us. And I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt Weinsheimer.
Hey, Kurt Weinsheimer, I'm president of Willow Creek Board. Just want to say, awesome presentation. I think that listening to a lot of the work that you're doing, it reflects a fair bit of stuff that we're doing at Willow Creek, but it also builds on a lot of that. And so I think there's a huge opportunity to collaborate on this and see kind of what we can be doing for the broader community. I think it's one of those, we're looking for those kind of clear, fast ways that we can demonstrate collaboration that makes an impact. I think this is a really good example of that. So it'd be great to figure out how to expand it. So awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this brings us to 6.01. This is oral communications. And before we proceed, I just wanted to find out from Kevin Breakstone if you wanted to utilize this time to speak. This is a time that you're able to address or make comments. The board is not able to respond on anything that is not on the agenda. All right. So Kevin Breakstone, yes, I know your face. Yes, I've seen you. It's good to see the face behind the name.
Hello, everyone. Oh, sorry. That's very impressive, by the way. That's gave me a lot of emotion there. Just want to say good evening. Thank you for giving me time to talk here. My name is Kevin Breakstone. I'm a third grade teacher at Willow Creek Academy. I'm also on the Climate and Culture Committee for Unification, although recently my duties have been more babysitting than anything, but it's been a lot of fun. I've recently had some conversations with Dr. Garcia, Ms. Green, and I've heard from both of them kind of a request for the teachers and support staff at Willow Creek Academy to identify opportunities to collaborate with the district board. So I'm kind of here representing teachers and support staff from Willow Creek with some kind of steps we've identified together in last week. But I think first off, just hearing that from board members really kind of spoke to me about an attitude that I think a lot of us have here, and that's that we don't really have to wait until we're a unified school to work together as a unified community. And so hearing that really heartened me. And so I really thought about that. I talked to the teachers and support staff about our school, and I've kind of brought kind of the biggest red flag that I see that is an opportunity for collaboration, I feel. That big red flag is our current proposed budget. So I'm speaking purely from the perspective of the teacher and kind of what that looks like from kind of the ground floor where we are. From what we've heard about the proposed budget for the next school year, it means some really difficult decisions for our school. And what we hear as teachers is letting go of some programs and co-educators that we really, I feel like, as a united community and that spirit of collaboration don't want to see. Right now we've been told that with the current budget, we would be losing our music, art, Spanish program. That means Miss Rohrbach, Miss Emily, who's here, Miss Haberly, our art teacher, Miss Perez-Ingraham, our Spanish teacher, as well as cuts to our lunch program and our after-school program. When I hear of this, I thought of this as an opportunity to invite collaboration, because I know in our community on climate and culture, I've been hearing and discussing about some of the dreams we have for our united school community, and the focus we'll have on arts, on health, on community. And so I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to really let the board know that as teachers, we're really inspired in a spirit of collaboration to find solutions together on how we can finance and support and maintain those programs, so that as we combine our schools and become one school, we still have these wonderful programs. And just, again, extending that idea, we're one community right now. We don't have to wait till we're teaching under one school to help each other out. So just so that the teachers have that attitude, and I just hope that it's returned as well. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I'd like to say that, yay, see your teacher? Yay. I would like to say that Kevin sent a letter, and because of the time and the board packet being prepared, it did not go out to the diocese, other trustees, or Dr. Garcia, but he sent the letter to me. I have all intent of forwarding that for our January board meeting, and then with the hopes that some of the questions that you have, Kevin, in the letter, that they can be addressed. So thank you for speaking. Is there any other attempt to speak during correspondence? All right. Yes, ma'am, please. And if you can fill out a card after, would be great. Thank you.
My name is Sandy Estremera Zink. I have 3 kids at Willow Creek Academy, or had 3 kids at Willow Creek Academy, and I just have a story in general. My daughter's in high school, and the other day she came to home, and she's like, "Mom, I'm writing an article for my journalism, and it's about Marin City." It's weird because every time I say that I'm going to Marin City, or I invite one of my friends at TAM to Marin City, they say, well, I started with one friend, and she said, "My parents don't let me go to Marin City." And she's like, "I don't understand why." And then she invited other people to Marin City, and they're like, all have the same feeling. And so she wrote this article, and she's like, "I'm not going to get chosen because there's like 1,000 of them, and they only choose one for the magazine." And she talked about she grew up with such a diverse community. Willow Creek Academy, she never saw color, she never saw division. Her friends lived in Marin City. She used to come to Marin City for play dates all the time. She knows how Marin City is. She never felt that wall. And now that she's at a different district, has a different perspective. And it's a perspective that she has acquired from her friends and from people that don't understand our school. Our school has every flag on the wall, and every flag is represented by our kids. Our kids on Thanksgiving, they bring their food from their own country, from wherever they are, and they share it. Our kids know what all foods are, like baklava, tembleque, whatever it is, like all of it. Our school is such an example of what every school should be. It's like a United Colors of Benetton, like all the kids playing together, and it is with such pride that I can't even explain. My friends in the city put their kids in private schools because they want to achieve what we have at Willow Creek, because they want to have the diversity we have at Willow Creek. And they have to bring kids from different perspectives, and they want to bring kids that are Black or Latino, but more that are already assimilated too. But what we have at Willow Creek is literally all united together. And I just have to say, if there's something that should be looked at as a role model for what we're trying to do, should be Willow Creek. That's all.
Thank you for sharing. I was interviewed no less than 3 times by TAM students who are doing a story on Marin City, so maybe your daughter interviewed me. Awesome.
Congratulations.
So, ma'am, if you don't mind filling out a card before you leave the building, that would be great. Thank you so much. Any other comments on this particular session? Thank you. We're going to move forward to, did you have something, Marika? Are you coming forward? Oh, okay.
Are we moving on?
Yeah, no?
I have a question. I don't know.
We're in oral communication right now.
Oh, we're in oral communication. I don't read correspondence. Good, fine. I get mixed up. All right.
So just some clarity up on the diocese. We are in oral communications, and we are exiting because there is no attempt from anyone else in the audience to speak, so we are going to correspondence, which is represented in the packet. There are various letters that came. I would like to make note that there was one letter that was inadvertently omitted, and so charge it to our heads, not our hearts, but that letter is available. It's on the table in the back. It was from Kirk Weinsheimer as a follow-up to a letter that our superintendent sent out. So we have lots of love letters in the correspondence. And so we are not going to land on this with the exception of 7.05. Tanya has a comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't know where to go.
That's okay.
Yeah, I didn't know what to respond to speak.
You're able to respond right now,
I'm
Tanya, if
responding
you
to
like.
my own email, I guess. I'm Tanya Zielinska-Snowry. I'm a Willow Creek parent. You see my two kids right there in kindergarten and third grade. I have created an after-school enrichment program at Willow Creek. The goal is to have, and the way I'd like to see it expand, we offer scholarships for low-income kids to do after-school activities. We've developed a great theater program with Zafina Caldwell of Interactive Enrichment, whom a lot of people I think know from the community. And my goal kind of is to grow that so that it can be as many classes as kids want to take, they can, and it's accessible regardless of income or any other factors. I also created a free newsletter that's community events for kids and families, so people can take their kids out and sort of experience things in our community directly of Marin City and Sausalito, and also Marin County in general, that don't cost anything, you know, that things that are available to all parents regardless of income. I really appreciated hearing what Jameer is doing. I love this idea of port of entry. Both of my parents are immigrants. My dad's family in particular came to this country with absolutely nothing, and we're really dependent on community services. So the importance of a free public education for all the kids in our district is deeply ingrained in me. It's very important. I mean, for immigrant communities, I think anybody coming from that experience, you see how it is in some ways the only stepping stone that's accessible to our families. So I was also, one last thing. I'm really excited about free pre-K for kids. Both of my kids went to a co-op preschool, so I've spent a lot of time with kids right before kindergarten, and I spent a lot of time in the kindergarten classroom with the children. I think this could be a huge thing in bridging the achievement gap. I'd like to be involved with that. I just think it could be huge for our community. I think it could establish children as successful. The sooner that they can establish academic success, the longer they can continue it. But my big thing is, I just want to see Willow Creek get equitable funding. I don't want to see wedges driven in our community. Our community is one community. It's not Sausalito versus Marin City. It's both schools, and we have a lot of Marin City kids. I want to just make sure that our kids are being treated fairly, not because of their school choice, including our Marin City kids, including our kids from different countries, our English learners, our Latinx kids, our mixed race kids, our Asian kids, everyone. And I want you to see that Willow Creek parents are committed to fair treatment for all our children. So please, this is directed at the board, I just want to make sure that you see that we're committed to unification, we're committed to an equal playing field for our kids, regardless of what their backgrounds are. So I really implore you to consider that when looking at funding for Willow Creek, so that we don't lose teachers, we don't lose programs that affect our most vulnerable students.
Thank you. You have fans. God bless. It's a little almost bedtime for some of us. Some of us are going to melt right before your eyes, believe me in it. Are there any questions on?
I have a question on correspondence. I don't know if we're stopping on any others. On 7.09,
Yes.
is now the time?
7.09, no, we need to go back.
Okay.
Because I got a card for one of the letters in the correspondence. So we are going to bring up Mr. Weinsheimer. Kurt, come on down.
All right, thanks. Hey, Kurt Weinsheimer, President Willow Creek Board, and I've got to get into parenting mode in a couple minutes, so I'm going to I just wanted to say a couple things around the unification and the budget work. I think that it's really important that, as we've talked about, that we really focus on doing unification right. I think it's really important that we not only have good intention, but we have a really good process. And I think that the two board members, Alina and Johanna, that are on our committee are going to be, really trying to talk to you guys about how we get this on track to really make the most of it. So I really hope that we can collaborate on that and really get this going on track. The second thing is I think it's really important that from a budget standpoint, as those of you that were at the Willow Creek Board meeting, you know that we had to make some very difficult decisions on the interim budget. I think it's really important for people to know a couple things. One is this draft budget doesn't have to be the final budget. And I think it's imperative that we all work together to make the final budget a budget that's serving all kids, that we're able to provide the art, the music, the Spanish, and all the programs that support not just academics, but social emotional learning and everything that we need to make this a great community and make our schools great for all kids. I think it's just, the time is now for us to act. The time was 3 years ago for us to act. The time was a year ago for us to act. The time is now. We've got to build the confidence in our families that we can figure out how to work together. We're starting to make some early progress. We're meeting again this week. I just implore you as a district board to really lean into this, to make sure that we make some real changes, that we all recognize that all the kids at Bayside MLK and all the kids at Willow Creek are our kids. They're all public school kids in this community, and they all deserve our energy, our effort, our love, and our support. And I think we've got to show that. And so I'm just here to say, as not only the president of the board, but also as a representative of the Willow Creek school community, we are here to figure this out. And I believe that you guys want to figure this out. So I just ask, let's make it happen. Let's make the change. Let's make it now, and let's make it impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So only because I am in a very good mood. The applauding, the clapping, we're going to let that pass. But this is not a spectator sport, so you're clapping, applauding, whistling, no. I would like to think, Kirk, that we are making great strides, that these unification meetings, town hall meetings, discussions, love letters from yourself, Kirk, from your constituents and on, that we are making progress. Those 50-plus families, those families are not coming out to these meetings, town hall meetings and all the rest, just for nothing. So, and I do believe, and I think Dr. Toko sent a letter a week or so ago after having a conversation with our monitor about ways that we can collectively work together. So we are continuing to push that boulder up Mount Tam. We know how steep that is. And we are making good strides. And we do know what is before us and what is before the 400 plus kids that attend the public schools in the district. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, and please know that as a board, we hear you too. We hear you. Yes.
I would really appreciate it if you would allow Dr. Otoko Garcia to read this very brief correspondence 7.07, because I feel that there's information in there that if we can clarify it, some of the fears will be lessened. I don't know if we have time for that, but I feel it would be beneficial.
So we are in a democracy. I have absolutely no problem with that. Does anyone on this diocese have a problem with Dr. Garcia going to the letter that 7.07?
Yeah.
Well, I certainly can read. Be happy to. Kurt and Emily, thank you for your time, energy, and engagement with me this past Monday regarding the pathway to financial stability for Willow Creek that was outlined in the letter I sent 11/24/19 after my meeting with the AG Monitor. I appreciate that in about 45 minutes we were able to identify approximately $500,000 of expenses from the Willow Creek budget that could meet the requirements set forth by the Monitor. I'm also excited that you agreed that provided the district make dispersals owed to Willow Creek prior to any accounts coming due, that there was no risk to Willow Creek's class flow position in the 2019-2020 school year. Specifically, we discussed 2 teaching positions and 3 support staff positions that could clearly benefit students on both campuses that would total about $250,000 to $300,000 in expenses removed from Willow Creek's budget next year. These included instructional coaching positions and restorative justice positions. Lastly, we talked about facilities and agreed to a follow-up meeting because it required more specifics. We were able to quickly outline another potential $200,000 in this area. I was indeed inspired by the imagination and visioning of us sharing instruction of 7th and 8th graders next year on both campuses in the areas of science and arts. Due to traffic and other meeting responsibilities, our meeting schedule for Wednesday was cut short, but I'm open to meeting again whenever you have time. I urge you that we do it soon and that we focus on facilities and ACES grant funding, as I believe this is another area where we can expand funding for both of our respective organizations. Lastly, I'm excited to hear that your fundraising efforts are going well. To date, my offers to help with fundraising or budgeting have yet to be accepted. I'm confident that if we begin to fundraise together, we can easily double or triple your independent fundraising, rendering the specter of other programmatic cuts or cuts in positions that have been circulating in the community unnecessary and moot. I'm looking forward to continuing the work of providing a clear plan for financial stability for Willow Creek in the near future, and in working together on fundraising and budgeting in a unified fashion. Thanks again for your time and your engagement. Hope to see you soon. And although it's not in my correspondence, I will confirm that, as Kurt mentioned at the dais, we have a meeting set up for Friday, and really looking forward to furthering and deepening these conversations so that maybe folks can have a good holiday season.
Thank you, and not to prolong this, but to at least open the opportunity to anyone who has a comment. All right, Josh, 7.09, you had a question on it.
Yeah, this is a correspondence from somebody calling themselves Public Education Warrior, and I didn't understand who that is or how this works as a confidential or anonymous public records request.
Very good question. I simply included in the board packet because it was addressed to all the Board of Trustees. It will be under review from legal counsel. My understanding, and don't quote me on this because I'm not an attorney, is that CPRA requests from anonymous sources do not need to be followed up on. I believe you have to identify yourself as an individual, and I would suspect that that would be the answer of counsel. But if my understanding of that Public Records Act request is inaccurate, she will compose a response and respond to the request laid out in this letter within 10 days.
So we don't know who this person is. Okay.
Nope.
So the question was on 7.09, a letter that we received for public request that's anonymous. And so we are going to seek legal advice on how to respond. Any intent from the audience Thank you. We're going to move on. Thank you. All right. That takes us to reports. 8.01 Superintendent Report.
Yes, it was a busy month. I feel like I squeezed a month worth of meetings into 3 weeks. So I'll try to be as parsimonious as possible. Very promising meeting with county probation to develop a collaboration and mentorship programs for students with Marin County Probation, the Marin County Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney, and the Public Defender's Office. I think it can dovetail very nicely into some of the work that our community school manager has been engaged in. Meeting with the Marin County Child Care Commission, Community Forum, meeting with Nathan Scripps and Erica Erickson, meeting with Stevie Lee, and meeting with the Sausalito Mamas to finalize and kick off a pre-K family survey and strategize how to develop strategic partnerships with pre-K providers in the county to develop a district-administered pre-K program and leverage AB 75. You heard it mentioned at the dais. For those of you that are maybe less familiar with some upcoming legislation, AB 75 goes into effect January 1st, 2020, and it allows a school district like ours that has a high number of low-income families, if we administer a pre-K program and all of the low-income families have pre-K spaces in our program, any additional spaces we can provide free of charge to families that might not normally be income eligible for free preschool. So really excited about that initiative as a way to kind of ground our community together under a unified school district and really start providing that early childhood education that we know is the greatest difference between our students and families. I met with the Marin City Health and Wellness Clinic Director to reboot the partnership to deliver health services to students and families and discuss facilities development. Jamir also mentioned that in his update, but once upon a time, the Health and Wellness Clinic provided things like free immunization to our families. We are very desirous of re-energizing that program as part of our community school model. And so we had a great meeting, and I know that Jamir is carrying that ball forward. Also met, I've been asked to participate on the Dominican University Single Subject Credential Advisory Committee. So I acquiesced to giving some of my time to those folks in order to deepen our partnership with the Dominican and strengthen the development of our Teacher of Color pipeline. Jamir, David, and I attended the LCAP Strategic Planning Network at the MCOE to refine some of the family engagement plan that was presented this evening for LCAP, particularly, as you know, moving forward, really capitalizing on the momentum that we have with the dozens of families that are involved in unification to inform the comprehensive education plan required by the Attorney General settlement, but also really to roll into our LCAP. If you think of our unification effort as LCAP community engagement, we have an absolutely wonderful, robust start on LCAP input, and it is our full intention for all of the work that the work groups have been doing to inform all of and be the bones and the skeleton of all of those plans. We scored the different proposals that we got for facilities master plans, and you'll when I continue my update, you'll hear the back end of that. But that was Director of M&O, Taylor, CBO, Dr. Clark, and myself that scored those proposals. And you'll see a little bit later in the agenda, there was a pretty clear strongest proposal out of the group that we got, and I'll explain why on that item. We've heard a lot about interviews with Tam High leadership students. I did one too. It's really great for them to come here and be involved in this process. And as you heard, we have many former Bayside MLK and Willow Creek students at Tam High, and their perspective is really valuable in terms of what a unified school could look like as well. And go Hawks. I can't help it, I'm class of '92. community health meeting to plan the community response to CCSO raid in Marin City. Still continuing to meet with some community leaders to craft a communique to the Marin County Sheriff's Office. I've been reaching out to Under Sheriff Scardina. I think I got a meeting sometime in the not too distant future, so that we can bring forward some of the message that has been created in the community from different partners to the Sheriff's Office, in the hopes that we can create a different collaborative relationship. One of the things that we will be requesting is that any of us with administrative credentials are confidential employees, which means if the police give us notification that there's going to be an activity in the community, we would actually lose our credentials if we notified anybody in the community, but we can make a crisis response ready so that in the event of something like that, what happened a few weeks ago here, that we could have counselors already at the school ready to go just in case. So those are some of the things that we'll be asking. Went to a super fun training about the Brown Act and conflict of interest and ethics, which led to a couple different agenda changes. You know, hopefully my learning curve becomes less steep in that regard, and we get fully always compliant and never have to change our meeting agendas. We're going to send Steve next. Turns out a lot of that stuff is about agenda creation more than anything else. Also, you've heard a lot about the meeting that I had with the Attorney General Monitor, Janelle Scott, but we were indeed able to outline a general philosophy of how to conduct district business and remain in compliance with the AG settlement, outline a general philosophy of how to keep Willow Creek stable during the unification process, much of which have been outlined in Kurt and I's communications, so I won't belabor the point, but also had a meeting with Turnaround Arts National. We have a wonderful opportunity to get a fast-tracked grant application to be part of the Turnaround Arts cohort for the 2021 school year and continue to expand on the arts integrated goal of the board. And so I'm really excited about that potential partnership, and that would be a multi-year grant fund to support arts integration here. And so more on that soon. I can pause if you have a question.
You can pause? Is that something that could engage, could be available to Willow Creek as part of the grant, or something to consider?
I think that it's something that we could look at, you know, as a potential for collaboration. To be 100% transparent, the sticky part of art and music, as currently configured, is less around funding and more around credentialing. As an independent charter school, as their own LEA, they can hire non-credentialed teachers for the next 5 years. Mm-hmm. And so I'm investigating the credential status of the providers that they currently have, but that would really be the challenge there is you know, we have to, as you all know, we have to do some pretty considerable negotiating with CTA and SDTA if we're going to enter into those kind of agreements. And so it's not as easy as some of the other potential collaborations might be with folks that are fully credentialed. Multiple restorative justice meetings this past 3 weeks between staff members, and I'm excited that the organization that is doing that will also be building every staff member's capacity to run restorative circles and have restorative conversations with students and families. Those folks will be in the space tomorrow night at the Unification Town Hall just to introduce themselves to the community and get to know folks. We're looking at a potential restorative conversation with our whole community moving forward as part of the healing process that we all need to undergo.
What time is that?
Tomorrow evening's at 6 o'clock. We also met with Kodama and WLC. They were the candidate that had the strongest proposal, and so we had a follow-up interview with them. That went really well. They were able to answer all of our questions, and I'll say more about that when I get to the action item. But that was another significant portion of time spent over the past couple weeks. We did have the Unification Town Hall on December the 2nd, and again, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and participating. There were close to 60 people there, and we had our first affinity group breakout there, and I think that for everyone that was there, but I'll just speak from my perspective, it was really inspiring to hear people begin to speak truth and begin to kind of lean into some of the things that I think get in the way of unification, and start to have a real conversation about healing in our community and what might need to happen so that we don't all keep looking backwards and we can really start to look forwards together. Met with the Community Services District, follow-up meeting with Intertie. We actually have a draft proposal for our microgrid and our solar. They were able to take the amount of money that we spend on PG&E at both campuses and spec out the size of a system, how many backup batteries would be needed. Next step is to really get some costs attached to that. There's a 2-tier funding plan that comes with it. One is a grant route, the other is offsets, but looking pretty positive that could be a part of our long-term facilities master planning, and at little to no cost to us as a district. David and I attended yet another Arts Integrated Principal Leadership Network meeting. I was really sorry that you all couldn't accompany us. We got to go to Cherryland, the last school that I led the design effort for. The ribbon was cut on that in the beginning of the school year. It's a $56 million educational complex in southern Alameda County, and it has a lot of the facilities that I think we all want to see at both of our campuses moving forward. So hopefully I'll get a chance to take you all on a field trip at some other point in time. But it was great to just kind of walk around with David and just take a look at the different strategies and architectural components and kind of the why of the layout of the school. He was able to charge his EV there. It was cool. Had my monthly Marin Association of Superintendents meeting. We got the calendar for the county for next year, so that's something that I will also talk about a little bit at another action item. Really, I also want to really acknowledge the women that are behind the Sausalito Mamas group of families. That there's about 150 families in Sausalito that have kids between the ages of 0 and 3. And not only do we have a good meeting, but I shared the flyer that I created with our pre-K family survey, and they are absolutely championing it out in the community. Not only do they share it with their 150 people network, but they're spreading it to all the other preschools. And so I'm really excited to get that data back. I think it can really inform the seeds of a robust plan for pre-K in our district, which I think is critical for a lot of reasons: unification, desegregation, just general overall child development. Really good shared governance team meeting. We actually made progress on a safety plan, significant progress. It's not finished, but I have high hopes that at least by February we'll have a draft to bring to the board, and we'll actually have a comprehensive safety plan for our district that's updated. That I know staff is working, and they've replenished the emergency supplies and emergency bags, and so the immediate plan is there. I think the idea is to have a more comprehensive plan, search and rescue, all those kind of things. But I'm really excited about the progress that we made there. Began talking about the school calendar for next year as well. Have continued to meet with some of our philanthropy work group members, and some of our fiscal integrity, transparency, and accountability group members. Really appreciate the time and the questions and the engagement around the unification process. A really amazing ongoing commitment by our community, not to meet with each other, but also to reach out to me and say, hey, we don't understand this, or I have questions, or can you help clarify for us what's going on? And I'm excited about the time that we've all been able to meet to continue to move forward together. Had a second meeting with the AG monitor, just kind of updated on the communication with Willow Creek, and sketched out a plan of her liking for the desegregation advisory group meeting that's happening on Thursday, and had multiple meetings with mobile app developers over the past month. Really excited to bring that action item before you. We've talked about the meeting with Kurt and Emily regarding the Willow Creek budget. Follow-up meetings with my superintendent coach, meetings with mindful school coach and Principal Fanan, talk about further PD opportunities for the staff around mindfulness and implementation of mindfulness practices, stress resilience, personal well-being, teaching, and being a classroom aide or paraeducator, or what's in our district's called a student success coach. It can be a really stressful job, and so the commitment that the district has made towards wellness and mental health and stress resilience is really inspiring. I'm proud to be a part of it, and I'm really excited that our staff is really leaning in multiple different ways to access that training and that opportunity. Had quite a few meetings also with the special advisor to the desegregation advisory group and unification process, Dr. Lemer. She's really jumped in with both feet and starting to help us develop community surveys, and she can sometimes be a little bit more readily available with people's schedules than I can, and so starting to really utilize her in that way. Really excited about what she can bring to the process. She created a survey for former students from Willow Creek and Bayside MLK at Tam High. We've sent that to Tam High and asked them to send it out. She created a survey for staff at MCOE. We sent it out to MCOE. So we're really starting to really gain some speed with getting community feedback from multiple different points of access and different perspectives on all of these efforts. Had a good time at the Play Marin fundraiser there with some staff, and a couple board members were there as well. And it was nice to see the community come out and support Play Marin. We had a benefits audit, which I'll talk a little bit about, but we uncovered some small but important irregularities with benefits. Some folks had overpaid a little bit, some folks had underpaid a little bit. So nothing over a great magnitude, but we were able to remedy that situation and make sure that our benefit payments are correct moving forward, and so shouldn't have that issue. Had a great meeting with Judy Schills from Conscious Kitchen. We're going to see some really exciting things from Conscious Kitchen moving forward. Not only are they working to support the development of future partnerships like the one that we executed with Marin Horizon, where we can actually bring revenue into the district by providing food service to other schools, but we want to see a return of the school Iron Chef and the different grocery challenges and things that before Conscious Kitchen was actually a school program. That's what they were doing in schools, and we think it would be really great for our community. One of the things that came out of the visit from the Japanese Food Service Worker Association is that kids in Japan have opportunities to build career capacities by working in the kitchen. And so we talked about how we could relaunch that program here, something that happens at Willow Creek, but kids can get food handling certifications and then they can start to begin to actually work in the kitchen. I have one student here that literally every single time I see him, he says, "When am I going to get to work in the kitchen, Dr. G?" So I'm really committed to making that happen. But I think there's a chance for us to continue to be pioneers in the area of farm-to-table, organic, school food, but instead of focusing on how to maintain the program here in the 94965, really look at how to grow it regionally so that we can be the leaders of economic and environmental and food justice movement in this region. And so stay tuned on that. I'll be coming before you with a few things in the not too distant future. We will finally have an opinion on the different school configurations for unification tomorrow at the town hall meeting. spent a significant amount of time talking to the impartial attorney that didn't work for either organization to get that opinion done. So really looking forward to bringing that forward to the community tomorrow, shortly followed by the financial ramifications of each option. Really good meeting with the other superintendents that receive P3 grants with MCF. They will change the P3 grant funding in the upcoming school year, so they wanted us to be aware of the changes. So as we get ready to resubmit our P3 grant, they really want to focus on pre-K. We will get to adjust our grant application. It may mean that we need to do some other creative thinking in some other areas because they're kind of shifting the focus of what they've funded from the past to this new round of grant funding, which may have some ramifications here. But I'm confident that we can work it out. Had also wonderful meeting with the Marin Promise Partnership. They have agreed to use the Teacher of Color pipeline that we are launching here in Sausalito, Marin City as a pilot project for the entire county over the next 2 years, which means they will come in and provide some resources as well as some coordination and facilitation. So maybe one small thing I can move kind of more to the edge of my plate and give off to Marin Promise to coordinate once we have a couple more meetings and get it fully launched. So I'm really excited about the meeting that's coming up on Friday. In particular, we got a really firm commitment from Cal State Teach, which is a statewide credentialing program to support our Teacher of Color pipeline, to feed us candidates. And also, for anybody in our community that wants to get a teaching credential that currently doesn't have one, but has a BA, to accept them into that program so that they can become intern teachers. We'll actually get a delegate visit from the entire Cal State Teach directorship at sometime in January if any of you would like to meet these folks or help receive them in the community. I think that would be wonderful. I owe my teaching career and credential to Cal State Teach, but that's not why I'm excited to partner with them. They're really, really effective statewide network, along with Dominican and USF and Cal State East Bay and our partners at College of Marin. That was in conjunction with the Marin Education Alliance, and so also the other superintendents that are involved countywide, Santa Fe, Novato, Shoreline, Branson, a couple other school organizations have been investing and talking about how to launch a Teacher of Color pipeline, and we're excited to hear actually how much progress we've made in securing partners. It's my intent to bring a draft MOU to the partners this coming week and see if we can get some really hard, tight, and fast agreements about how this is going to look and how it's going to work moving forward. Continued cabinet meetings. Wonderful meeting with the federal program monitors. I know. We actually continue to get items taken off. There is a couple action items, minute changes that I'm bringing before you as action items that resulted from that. But I am happy to report that once we make a one-word change to our ELL policy, that we are in line to have all of our EL findings resolved. So really, really big deal, and I just want to thank everybody for their hard work and patience with this process. We're slowly but surely getting them all knocked out of the way, and that is my update.
So can you go back to 2 or 3 ticks? You said that I think tomorrow you're going to bring the opinion for the unification. I didn't hear all of what you had stated.
Yeah, so our district council, Dennis Wolver Kelly, put out quite a lengthy memo on the different configurations for unification, and then we got a different opinion from Willow Creek's council, and so the unification task force all agreed that we should get an opinion from an attorney that doesn't work for either of our respective organizations, and so that's what this is.
Okay.
So he has taken both memos and is now writing a third legal opinion that is impartial around the language in those memos, and then we'll attach the potential costs of each configuration that is possible under the law in his opinion, so that we can actually move forward. There's a couple work groups that have been really stalled without this information, namely the facilities work group, the transportation work group, and so we really want to get this information out to the community, so that I think when you hear some feedback around structure or things like that around what's been happening in unification, that's really what people are referring to, because there's just certain work groups can't move forward without the parameters to make an informed decision. I think the Fiscal Integrity, Transparency, and Accountability work group has felt some of that as well, and so we have known as a unification task force that this was important, and we have been working diligently to produce it. It's surprising sometimes, given the hourly rate that lawyers charge, that how slow they are to produce work, but it's just...
So is
Some attorneys.
is it going to hinder our, sorry, is it going to hinder our timeline?
Well, I think, thank you for asking that. It's a really important question. It's actually something that I want to, that's on the agenda for the community tomorrow for us to discuss, which is, we may want to extend a couple weeks, but I want to actually get everybody's input and feedback and opinion on that moving forward. And so the answer to that question is potentially it could keep us on the timeline if everybody gets the information they think they need and we all work like crazy over the holidays. And then maybe there's a humanistic side that says, why don't we give ourselves a couple more weeks so that everybody can kind of have some downtime and enjoy their families and still work really hard and diligently in the way that they've been doing with the information that they need. But I think what we're going to see tomorrow at the unification town halls, we have some groups that are like we're done, and we want to continue to meet even though we're done. But like here's a draft report and we're good. And then, like I said, we have some work groups that are also like we're just getting started and we need some more time. And so I think we need to address that reality.
So I'm curious on the same topic. This third legal opinion, is it accepted as impartial by both parties?
I would like to think so. That was the kind of agreement that we made as a task
We
force.
signed off on that.
In seeking a third legal opinion is,
Yeah.
yeah, so that is my great hope.
Okay.
So just to recap, it hasn't stopped the work that has been done and the work that is moving forward. It's just an added little caveat to some clarity, understanding as to that back and forth.
Yeah, everybody's been meeting, but like I said, there's a couple work groups in particular that like desperately need this information and maybe haven't been able to progress as far as others without it.
Well, as well as our task force.
Well,
I mean,
that's
that was kind of the first thing we discussed was this, what are the options for structure and what are the financial impacts under each scenario? And so we recognize that as a critical piece of information from day one. But like you said, it's just taken a long time to get to a piece of information that I think that all parties would feel is a neutral, middle of the road, but that also that's accompanied by some financial scenarios, which we haven't seen yet either, so.
And the task force is ad hoc, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
And then can I ask one other question? I'm sorry. And this is on the desegregation meeting on Thursday. Can you just give us a little bit of information about what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's two events. One from 4 to 6 is the DAG, and then from 6 to 8 is another town hall. So the desegregation advisory group, we've sent out a bunch of invitations. RSVPs are coming in. It's generally designed to do two things. One, kind of give an overview of where we've been and what we've done thus far, and to introduce everybody that's agreed to be on the DAG to each other. And then there's a graduate student at UC Santa Cruz who's agreed to participate in the desegregation advisory group, and he's doing his doctoral study on the voluntary desegregation that occurred in the late 60s. And so that we learn from the lessons of the past. He's going to present a synopsis of his research on that desegregation effort to inform our work moving forward. And then there's a couple experts that have agreed to be a part of this. The folks from the National Coalition on School Desegregation, Dr. Leamer. I'm waiting to hear back from Dr. Satterwhite, but I'm really excited to report that Dr. John Powell from UC Berkeley, who wrote the theory on structural racism, has agreed to participate on our desegregation advisory committee, desegregation advisory group, pardon. He is one of the leading theorists and researchers on this topic in the world, and the fact that he is coming to help us is really amazing. And so want to kind of get everybody in the group, in the room, get to know each other, and I can also begin to pull away from some of the planning and facilitation of that space and let the experts work.
And how do people know about this meeting?
There was a bunch of people that expressed interest in being a part of it, and so they've received individual invites. We've sent out some flyers. It's actually on the website, and Jamir's actually been following up with outreach and recruitment efforts. He created a different flyer as well, and so the important to distinguish between the town hall, which is open to anybody, and the advisory group that's open to a certain list of people that Steve's been sending out invites to individual folks. And so you'll see it in the update that I emailed you today as a board of trustees, but my advice would be to let me update you about the DAG in particular, instead of all coming and running the risk of a serial meeting.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I specifically was thinking of the town hall, not the desegregation advisory group, but the town hall. How does the town know about the town hall meeting?
The one tomorrow or the one
on Thursday?
No, on Thursday. Well, we've been sending out, like I said, flyers. We've been sending out Blackboard messages, and so it is going to be over at Bridge the Gap.
Oh, okay.
So we're trying to hold it a little closer to the community and see if that makes a difference.
That's the desegregation advisory group.
And
Thursday.
town hall.
Oh, and the town hall tomorrow night is over at Bridge the Gap?
Thursday.
And that is a desegregation.
So tomorrow night is unification
Tomorrow
here.
night's unification.
And then Thursday night is the desegregation
And Thursday
town
night
hall.
is desegregation.
And that's at the Bridge the Gap?
It's
Okay,
at
'cause
Bridge the Gap.
That wasn't clear to me on the
The
website.
town hall is too? Oh.
So that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll make sure we
If we could just kind
update
of
it.
update that on the
Yeah,
website. Thanks.
I'm sorry. I was
Okay,
talking-
just so that we're all on the same page. Tomorrow night is unification meeting. It's here at Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Academy at 6 p.m. On Thursday, at Bridge the Gap, there's a desegregation advisory committee
Group.
our group that is going to be held between the hours of
4 and 6.
4 and 6 for individuals who were specifically invited to attend, followed by a town hall meeting that the community at large, you're able to be there, and it will also be held at Bridge the Gap, which is located by the skateboard park now.
And the town hall after the desegregation advisory committee meeting, is that a unification town hall?
No,
Or
it's
is
a
that
desegregation town hall.
Okay, okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
That's all right.
No worries, we have someone coming to the mic that has a question.
Before we
I
do
just want to
that,
know.
Hold on.
just to keep with the board, I have one question, one comment. Who is the student who's presenting and is doing their doctoral on the voluntary desegregation?
His name is David Duncan.
I met with David. He's been interviewing a number of people in the community.
Yes, he has.
And the observation is, I've noticed our sheriff using Nextdoor to put out information, and just hearing the confusion around schedules and so forth. That's a vehicle I would recommend we look into. It's not going to reach everybody, but it does reach a lot of people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as well as Sausalito Currents.
Sausalito Current and Nextdoor as communication vehicles. Yes, Chris?
Just wanted to ask if the desegregation town hall will be videoed.
Yes.
Great.
Can you fill out a card, please?
Video?
So, Dr. Garcia, one other question before we move on, and that is on the Cal State teachers, that pipeline for credentialing. Is that information that you've shared with Emily Cox, and the interest that any of her staff that are not credentialed but might be holding undergrad degree could possibly maneuver or go in?
I definitely have had some conversations with some individual Willow Creek staff members that are in the space of needing to get a preliminary credential, and as soon as I sign the MOU, definitely will make it available to Emily.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Dr. Garcia? Any attempt other than the one that we just had to ask questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. David Fanan.
Hi, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
So I am going to just take you right into some data. We have been doing a great deal of assessing of late, and I want to share with you the results. Today, what I'm going to do is share the ESGI data with our TK and K kids, and then I'm also going to share the results of our reading inventory data, which is comes from the Tier 2 programming that you all funded last year that we're currently doing in grades 1st through 8th grade. So first, the ESGI assessment is an assessment that we do again September, December, March, and June. And it looks at very discrete skills and knowledge that are part of the standards for TK and K. So what I did for this, I used last year's results as a benchmark just to measure against, because if you recall last June when I shared the results of our end of the year ESGI assessment for kindergarten, nearly every single one was at 100%. So I figured what better way to measure against than how we were doing last year at this time. I'll tell you as we get into it that it's interesting. There's pieces where it's curious to me where the kindergartners are doing better than the TK, but then there's other places where the TK is not doing as strong this year as they did last year. So I don't quite know what to make of it. It's not statistically, I think, so outrageous that we need to be concerned in any way, shape, or form, but it is good information. One of the nice things that this assessment tool does is it not only gives us overall data, but it also gives us data by each student. So we can see which students are struggling with number recognition or which ones need to work more on patterning. And then Mrs. Thompson and Ms. Trellis and Ms. Bowie can really target those kids and provide them with some extra support. So this is TK, so these are our transitional kindergarten kids. Remember, our TK and K are together this year. So it's one class. I think as of today, there's 23 kids in that class. Number recognition, last year at this time, our TK students were at 39%. This year, they're at 59% success. Patterning, you can read 88 to 77. Shapes, 68 to 52. So you can see some areas where, compared to last year, we need to maybe bump it up a little bit. Again, remembering that We did this assessment in September, and now we're doing it in December. We'll do it again in March, and then we'll finally do it again in June. So there's a lot of time for kids to learn what they don't have yet, and we certainly wouldn't expect these numbers to be anywhere near 100%. That's why they're in school.
But David, just for clarity, last year we did not have combined classes either, right?
We did not.
Yes.
No, we had a TK and a K.
Right.
So what's interesting here is, let me just point out, this is a perfect example. You might think, we were only at 39% last year with number recognition with TK, and now we're at 59%. Well, I would contend part of the reason why that might be is because the TK kids are now in class with the kindergartners, and I can assure you that Mary is leaning towards kindergarten less than she's leaning towards TK. So, but just as those words are coming out of my mouth, we can go to the next two pieces of data, and that makes you say, well, then why didn't it happen here? I can't tell you the answer to that, but it is interesting. There's a few places where the data is just a little bit interesting. These are uppercase letters. Again, here's another huge jump, right? 62% success in 18, 83% success this year. Last year at this time, Mary did not assess uppercase sounds. She did not assess uppercase sounds in December with TK last year. This year, we're already seeing 63% success. So that's a huge, we weren't even looking at it at this time last year. For lowercase letters, look at that jump. Uppercase from 62 to 83, lowercase from 44 to 80. So they're on the home stretch of those letters in December. Lowercase sounds, again, didn't assess in 2018. In December, we're at 65% this time this year. Any questions about the TK data before I move you into K? So I'll just say, in general, looking really good, feels really good. Our preference would have been to have a straight TK and a straight K. I can tell you that Ms. Thompson's preference, Ms. Bowie's preference, Ms. Trellis's preference was they feel like there's different needs, as I think we can all acknowledge, with a 4-year-old going into 5 as there are other 5-year-olds going into 6. That's the reality. But from a budgetary standpoint, when we were putting together our class configurations, we needed to look at all the different needs and the other places where we wanted to spend money, and we made the decision to do this. I think the kids in general are really thriving in there. It's a busy place. There's 23 4- and 5-year-olds. But we have a great staff, and as evidenced here, kids are certainly learning.
It's also kind of a Montessori approach.
Well, meaning having the blended?
Multiple age classroom, yeah, right.
So, kindergarten results. Uppercase, almost right on track. Lowercase, letter recognition, almost right on track. Uppercase sounds, statistically within the ballpark. The lowercase sounds is a little interesting. So it's just good information. I'm going to share this presentation with the entire staff on Wednesday. So that'll be a piece that we'll want to look at in kindergarten. Not anything that's, a big red alert, but something to think about and reflect on what work we need to do more and maybe what we haven't done with the lowercase sounds. Number recognition. Now this is a part that does not make absolutely any sense to me whatsoever. So if we go back to shapes and patterning, our TK are doing less well than they did last year. But they're in class with the kindergartners, and look how the kindergartners are doing in shapes and patterning. It's a mystery. They're 4 and 5 years old, so I think it will remain a mystery. But we're going to be looking at this data closely, and again, we can see each discrete child and see what they need, and then we can target instruction specifically to cohorts of kids that need work on patterning or shapes or colors or whatever the case may be. Okay, next I want to share with you the SRI interactive data. I'm going to share with you today or tonight the 3rd through 8th grade data. Next time in January when I come back, I'm going to share the MAP data with you, like you've gotten every year since I've been here. I'm also going to share with you the 1st and 2nd grade iRead data. Just too much data to give you all at once. Also, a few of the kids are still taking retakes with MAP, and I was actually proctoring retakes today and frantically trying to get them done so that I could create a report. It wasn't going to happen, and what was happening is that I was getting ornery because I wanted them to pay attention and move along, which was not going to foster the best learning and assessing environment. So I gave myself permission to give you that information in January. Yeah, Josh?
Before you move into this, so if the comparison of TK to TK and then kindergarten to kindergarten is, of course, different kids, right?
Right.
So it seemed like at the end of TK last year, as you said, we were really high in almost all these categories.
NK.
And then what I'm seeing is at this point in the year, the kindergartners, it looks like they're on the whole down from where they were as TK kids. Am I understanding that right?
No, because
Are you testing different levels in K than TK, or levels of knowledge?
So give me an example of what you mean by that.
Well, if I understood this data, it's at the same time last year.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of last year, our TK numbers were very high in almost all these categories by my memory. And so to be at, in the 60s or something, it seems
Right.
like it's lower than where they ended last year.
I need to look. I'm not certain that I shared with you TK data at the end of last year. I think I only shared K data.
Yeah, I think it was
see.
our
Okay.
kindergartners.
I'm remembering it differently then. Okay.
Yeah, it was, is that your recollection as well, Trina? It was all K. All those
Okay.
100% were all K.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yep. Okay, so where am I here?
3rd through
Oh,
8th.
here we go. Okay. So this is the computer adaptive assessment that we use with our students. This is the assessment program that we use to look at how our students are doing that are engaged in System 44 in 3rd grade and Read 180 in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They're in iRead in 1st and 2nd grade. I'm not giving you iRead data today. I'll give that to you in January. So this is that Tier 2 programming that I spoke at length with you about last year and talked about the fact that really, frankly, it's criminal for a school to not have Tier 2 services, and it's most especially not acceptable in a school where the vast majority of kids need Tier 2 intervention. And so the fact that we weren't providing it was a huge disservice to our kids. And now we are providing it, and I'll show you what the results have been in just, September, October, November, 4 months. We assess in September, December, we'll assess again in March, and then finally we'll assess in May. I want to highlight that on average, students are expected to grow 75 to 100 Lexile points in a year. 75 to 100 points in 1 year. So this is the September to December 2019 data for 3rd grade. So kids should be at the end of the year between 520 and 820. In September, our average 3rd grader was at 223. In December, our average 3rd grader is at 366. That's an increase of 143 points or 64% growth. Now, in fairness, I'd love to just talk about how amazing that is and that this program is remarkable in every way. I deeply believe in it and the work it does, and we're implementing it exactly the way it's designed to be implemented with either Ms. Fung or Mr. Edney, along with a classroom teacher, along with a student success coach. So we have 3 adults with 3 groups, implementing this program exactly the way it's been designed, and they all have been trained extensively in August, and they come back every other month to do on-the-job, in-classroom training with all of those folks. Andrea Keenan, our instructional coach, has also been trained through all the trainings that have been provided. Part of the growth, in particular in our younger grades, 3rd, 4th, 5th, is that we saw some kids that, for whatever reason, in August or September, didn't engage with the exam or the assessment the way we would hope, and made huge growth in December. So that does skew the growth a little bit, because we had some kids that just made, off the hook, which means they weren't really invested the first time, and the second time they were. But the way, and I was texting Dr. Garcia and Trina about this the other day when we got the results, for me, I text them regularly, they're laughing over there. Which text was that? For me, just the fact that a child was not engaged in September and grew 356 points in December, that's good news. We need to celebrate that. That was a child that in December, for whatever reason, showed up and engaged in a really meaningful way. And boy, when the kids see their scores, it's incredible, because they know where they were and they know where they are. And we talk to them about where we want them to be. Not in a pressure way, but in an enthusiastic, we're going to tap all of the assets that these kids have and bring it out of them. And so I feel good about some of those drastic changes, even though it does have an impact, obviously, on the numbers. This is 4th grade. So kids should be 740 to 940. Clearly a lot of work to do. Average was 320, now average at 484. So we're moving in the right direction, 51% growth in just 4 short months. This is 5th grade. You're going to start to see that in many of these grades as we move up, they're creeping much closer to the end of year proficiency range, which of course is good news. It's also harder to make huge growth as you get older because the content's more complex. And I think some of the kids' shortcomings, if they have them, it's harder to make it up. This is 6th grade. This is, for me, maybe the grade that I'm most concerned about, because they're, 2.5 years from high school. So we have work to do here for sure. I would say that, remember that this is 4 months, plus the reading and writing workshop that they're getting for ELD students, the block scheduling that they're getting for ELD. So there's a lot of work that's going on this year that had not been going on previously. And if we can give them 3 solid years of consistent instruction delivered with fidelity, I think that we can make up the ground. But 587 to 925 is a lot of ground. And so we need to be mindful of that.
Are these kids, are they the same kids that were here in the 5th grade?
The vast majority of them, yes.
And how about the 4th?
Yeah, 4th grade, if you recall, is that real small class. There's only 6 kids. And I think everyone is back.
I'm saying our current 6th graders.
Have
they spent at least the last 3 years on this campus?
Not everyone, but vast majority.
All right, thank you.
Yep, and same thing with our 4th graders. They were here in 3rd and 2nd. So most, not exactly pure, but very close to pure. This is 7th grade, so now let's see how they're creeping up here. So our 7th graders, 839, current average 912, 9% growth, creeping up towards 970. This is a really small class, so the statistics can be a little bit tricky, but I'll tell you, when I was entering this data, I almost fell over when I saw the score of one of our 7th graders, who I was absolutely convinced 2 years ago, I had no idea how we were going to keep that boy at this school based on how we were engaging with him and he was engaging with us, and his success academically, and the work that we have done, the work that he has done, and the work that his mom has done with us. It's been a really eye-opening and learning experience for me and our staff, that if we just dig in and don't give up, what growth kids can make. And this is an example of that, because without that child scoring as he scored, this average would be much lower. And this class is the most, they're all amazing. I was thinking the other day about this 8th grade class and them leaving here, because we came together and oh my God, I didn't think I'd survive the first 12 months, maybe 18 months. And now it's the most beautiful, remarkably capable, thoughtful, hardworking, serious about their work kids. And I think there's no question that by the end of the year, they're going to be well into the range for Lexiles. And even the kids that are bringing up, that are being helped out by the kids that are above, they're not drastically behind. They're going to be ready for 8th grade. We have another child or two that I can think of as I was looking at these scores again today, that I was really worried about their ability to make it to high school, and we had been having conversations, as you recall, and people came from the community, some to speak about, these kids need to be retained, it's not fair to send them to high school if they're not ready, and of course that's a big, complicated conversation, but I would be dishonest if I didn't stand here and tell you that I had concerns about these kids' ability to make it in high school based on where they were, and now that I see their scores and where they are, it's literally just through the roof, moving in the right direction. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, it is.
So again, coming in January will be the iRead data for actually that should say first through 2nd grade, my bad. And then MAP data, I'm going to bring you all the MAP data in math and in English language arts, 1st through 8th grade. And then you'll remember as well that you invested in professional development. So all of our teachers have been trained to use the Fontes and Pindell assessment, which is a letter-based assessment for their reading level. And all of our classes, thanks to the generous donations of Mill Valley and a family in Ross, we now have leveled libraries in all the classrooms that were purchased through the Lee and Low, which was recommended, the publisher, if you recall, Betty Hodges recommended. And so we have culturally relevant literature in all of our classrooms that span the F&P level for kids in the class. So many good things happening, and kids are really deeply engaged, and I think our staff are feeling really optimistic. Any questions?
Did you just walk through, was this the first year you did that? Was it SLI?
SRI, yeah. So remember last year when we pitched you on I think it was about an $85,000 investment in a 3-year contract to purchase Read 180, iRead, and System 44 with all the professional development. That's what this is.
Got it.
Courtesy of the federal government.
It was the CSI grant.
Yay, we didn't spend a dime. We'd like that.
Thank you. That's really remarkable and wonderful, and I'm very happy. Thanks for all that hard work.
You're welcome. And let me just say that I think the last thing I want to say is that, and I've said it throughout, but we really need to celebrate this growth and this work. And the other thing I'm going to bring to you next time is the data with ELD students. And I've told you a couple times about Dr. Garcia's insistence that we implement a program that will be successful. And the early data is exactly what Itoko said it would be if I listened to him. So it's exciting. But that being said, as we're celebrating, we also need to recognize that there's a great deal of work ahead of us. And the really nice thing that I can tell you today that I don't even think I could tell you last year is that we're in a place now with our culture and climate at our school and the relationship that we have with our kids that we've developed with them, is that when we can talk with our kids about the investment that they need to make and the muscle that they need to use to dig in and be resilient and be persistent and not give up. And that conversation is way easier. A year ago, 2 years ago, they looked at me like, blah, 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 blah. Now, kids want it. Kids want this. It's exciting.
So, David, I just want to say that it absolutely is a team effort. And when you do see your teaching and support staff on Wednesday, would you please tell them, thank you. We support them in the work that you guys are doing. And the results that you have presented here on tonight. And I do hope that for the Christmas holiday that you treat your staff and support staff well.
We're having a big party Friday.
David, we have, going on 3 years plus of math data now, I think.
Well, 3 years, this is the third year I've been here, and I think they did it for at least a year before I arrived.
So I'd love in January to see kind of how the same group of kids are progressing, like more of a cohort, as opposed to just this grade last year, this grade this year.
Yeah, and I did that for you in the last couple of years. We can do that. We can do it. It's all manual. It doesn't allow us, the system doesn't allow us to extract kids that weren't part of the cohort, so we literally have to do every single piece of the math by hand, but it's doable.
I don't want to request something that's terribly cumbersome. Even if you couldn't extract kids that weren't part of the cohort, just comparing kind of a grade progression, even if it's not exactly the same kids, because as you said, for the most part, there's a lot of the same kids. To me, that is even more interesting than, how was fifth grade last year, how was fifth grade this year? It's kind of roughly that cohort. How are they progressing through our system? I've always valued that view, even if it's not 100% that same cohort because it's too manual. Roughly, the cohort is good enough, right? In my view. But whatever you can pull off, I'd love to see.
Yeah, it's a good idea to look at cohorts for sure.
So before you depart, may I ask, who did this board back here?
Miss Bowie.
Very nice.
Amazing, huh?
Nicely
And I'll
done.
tell you a little bit about that board. So that board was right outside the bathrooms in the district office, the school office area where the two bathrooms are, across from there. And so we had a staff meeting, and we start our staff meetings by people giving props. And so Luana said, I'd love to give props to Miss Bowie for the beautiful board that she put downstairs. And she hadn't been in the room yet. And I said, Luana, I'd asked this if Miss Bowie were here, but just while we're on the topic, do you think she'd be offended if we move the board? Because it's not in a place where kids really are. And in walked Shakana, and I said, Miss Bowie, perfect timing, can we move that board? She said, of course, she was happy to have it moved. So I texted Cam and said, Cam, I need to swap. We had a whiteboard there that we've now put out in front of the bathrooms and threw this thing in here, and yeah, it gets a lot of attention. The kids are attracted by the mirrors for sure.
Thank you, it's a good reminder.
Yeah.
I'll pass on your feedback.
Is there any attempt from the audience for questions for our principal? Thank you, David.
Thank you all very much.
This brings us to Willow Creek Academy. Marika, so I was going to say I don't see Emily.
She had to go, so she asked me to speak on her behalf. I'll try to do it like she does, but don't have the charm. Well, she starts with enrollment, so I'll start there. As of December 10th, Willow Creek had 375 students, which reflects, like we've spoken about, a reduction in kids and families. 42% of those come from Sausalito at 158. 41% come from Marin City at 155 students. 62 are from out of district, so that's about 16%. So that's for the total of 375. We don't have any students on the wait list right now. Let's see, we also talk about free and reduced lunch. So of our free lunch students, that's 137, so that's 37% are receiving free lunch. 7%, that's 26 students, are receiving reduced lunch. And paid is 212, so that's a total for 375. So that's our enrollment. And now here's the updates. She attended the Marin City Community Services District special meeting called Unifying to Protect Our Community's Safety. Attended the No Such Thing as a Bad Kid with a team of 4 teachers with the mission of understanding and responding to kids with emotional and behavioral challenges using a positive trauma-informed, strength-based approach. Scheduled a meeting with Terry Green and Bishop Logan. Did you know about that? So, to talk about opportunities for partnership, including bringing mentors to our community. Joined the Marin County Office of Ed Strategic Planning Network, and will be attending with literacy and math specialists as well. Signed the contract with Youth Truth, 3 years of free student surveys as part of Marin County school grants. That's exciting for us. We can get good survey information. We'll begin surveying students, staff, and families beginning January 13th to inform our LCAP process. Met with Abbott Chambers, Sausalito Library, about partnering to help sustain our library in the face of impending budget cuts. We had our second successful enrollment tour last Friday, lots of families coming to see, so that's exciting. I think we had about 10 families expressing interest in attending Willow Creek. Third grade Small Moments Story Slam at Starbucks, which was an exciting event. Well over 60 families attended at Marin City and Sausalito. Starbucks in Marin City. 3 new high school volunteers from Tam High mentorship program in 2nd and 3rd grade classrooms. Literacy specialists took 2 new middle school teachers, literacy and social studies, to spend the day visiting classrooms at Mill Valley Middle School, starting partnerships. We did a screening of screenagers, which I highly recommend. It's really we did it with a parent council to inform parents about sort of the impacts of technology on student learning and just sort of behavior, so it was pretty informative. We had a lot of attendance there. Piloting a new social studies middle school curriculum called History Alive. We had 8 teachers who applied for and received $300 in grants from the Rotary Club for their special field trips, so that's exciting. We had a very well attended and positive community meeting on Thursday evening. We have a lot of families trying to understand the imposing budget cuts, so we had a lot of questions, but I think it was all in all a pretty positive event. A big turnout there. We'll be raising our price of lunch and breakfast and after school to address the existing deficit. We renegotiated our contract with Outward Bound for a total cost savings of $13K, which was a pretty good negotiation. So it resulted in a great reduction for services for students. On the hiring front, we lost a part-time middle school music teacher, which sort of also compounds. We lost our middle school music teacher at the beginning of the year, so that's a position we're really looking hard to fill. So that's our update. Thank you.
Marika, do you know if Emily does weekly reports?
To the school community?
To the school community?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And I'm just curious, and I can reach out to her myself too, but on a weekly basis before she came, we were kind of up to date as to what was going on the campus. I mean, it's great to do this during our regular
weekly
meetings.
Reports and send it out to the board?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. I'll inform her on
I guess
that.
the way Tara Seekins used to do.
Yeah. We always enjoy reading them, so yeah.
Okay.
If it's possible,
Yeah. I mean, it's great to do this once a month, but I'd like to hear what's going on, throughout the week as well.
Okay,
So,
sure.
if you don't mind.
I will inform them. All right, thank you.
So,
There's
question?
something that put out every week on their website that includes
Friday post.
Yeah, the Friday post. So you on the website.
She was sending us.
Well,
We can push it
Tara
out.
had her own thing, but
better.
I'm just saying they're even before she may or may not do something for us. There's something put out that we can read that gives you a good overview.
great, that's good to know. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, we
it's
can
not like
send out
I-
a link to the
Yeah.
district board.
Yeah, no worries. That's good to know. Is there any, did you have a question, Bonnie?
I was going to
Sorry.
say, Tara used to also do the board updates, and then she would copy us in her board updates. I don't know if Emily does the same updates to the board.
There's been so much correspondence. we update, we talk about 10 times a day,
Yeah.
so I
it's a little
can't distinguish which one's
Yeah, so it's just a
full.
little bit different than the Friday post, which is for
Yeah.
parents. This is for the board.
Yeah, yeah.
So if she does those, and if you're so inclined to share those, that'd be great as well.
Okay, there's some great form of update that she does, and whatever that update is, I will send that.
Perfect.
Have her send that forward. Okay.
And the only other thing is if you could thank Yasmin for putting together the Christmas caroling, and that it was a nice event for everybody, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a great tradition.
Yeah.
More people. Right.
That was nice. We did get an invite on that. Is there any attempt from the audience, the public, to ask questions? This is not Emily
Recognizing that I am
Cox,
not the head of
but she could get the answer for you if you have a question that she cannot answer. Thank you so much, Marika. We're going to move along. I just want to check in with the diocese if everyone here is okay with us pushing on.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Never know, you might need a bio break. Okay, that brings us to 9.01. It's the review of the board bylaws. This is a discussion, Dr. Garcia. These are so much fun.
I did not review the entirety of the board bylaws. I will do that work with the policy committee, but I thought it important to review these bylaws as they relate to action item 1102. And so just wanted to call attention to, in particular, Board Bylaw 9140, that at its annual organizational meeting, which we are sitting in, the board shall designate one board member as its representative to elect members to the County Committee on School District Organization. So that's a really important committee in terms of, some of the questions that are out here in the community in terms of some of the options for unification. And so wanted to remind us of that. Also, Board Bylaw 9121, that the Board of Trustees shall elect the president from amongst members to provide leadership on behalf of the board.
Oh, wait, before you move forward, just on 9140, where's the space to take action on that? Obviously, it would have to be an action item.
1102.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
9121?
9121, to elect a president. The president shall call the meeting to order, announce business to come before the board in its proper order, enforce the board's policies relating to the conduct of meetings, ensure compliance with applicable requirements of the Brown Act, recognize persons who desire to speak, and protect the speaker who has the floor from disturbance or interference. Explain what the effect of a motion would be if it is not clear to every member. Restrict discussion of the question when a motion is before the board. Rule on issues of parliamentary procedure. Put motions to a vote. State clearly the results of the vote. Be responsible for the orderly conduct of all board meetings, and the president shall perform other duties in accordance with the law and board policy, including but not limited to signing all instruments, acts, and orders necessary to carry out state requirements and the will of the board, consulting with the superintendent on the preparation of the board agenda, working with the superintendent to ensure that board members have necessary materials and information, subject to board approval, appointing and dissolving all committees, calling such meetings of the board as he or she may deem necessary, giving notice as prescribed by law, and representing the districts as government spokesperson in conjunction with the superintendent. President shall have the same rights as other members of the board, including the right to move, second, discuss, and vote on all questions. When the president resigns or is absent or disabled, the vice president shall perform the president's duties. When both president and VP are absent or disabled, the clerk shall perform the president's duties.
That's kind of interesting. As long as I have been on the board, I've never seen the president move, start a motion. It's always been other board members. I don't know if that's out of courtesy or if just didn't know that.
That's what I was told, out of courtesy, yeah.
So feel free to move if you want to.
Believe me, I have so many times, but I have, opted not to.
9123, Board of Trustees shall elect a clerk from its own membership at the annual organizational meeting. Duties of the clerk, certify or attest to actions taken by the board. maintain such other records or reports as required by law, sign documents on behalf of the districts as directed by the board, service providing officer in the absence of the president, vice president, notified board members and members elected the date and time of the annual organizational meeting, and perform any other duties as assigned. And last but not least, well, almost last, the secretary. Board of Trustees shall appoint the superintendent to serve as secretary to the board. Prepare, distribute, and maintain the agenda, record, distribute, and maintain minutes, maintain board records and documents, conduct official correspondence, sign and execute official papers, perform other duties. And the terms of office, bylaw 9110, consists of 5 members, shall be staggered so as nearly as practicable 1/2 of the members shall be elected in each odd-numbered year. Term of office, 4 years, commencing on the first Friday in December next succeeding their election. So this meeting at this time next year, pending the results of the election, is when any new board member that's elected might take their seat. That's why we actually had to shift this meeting to be in the governance window. Term expires after 4 years. A member whose term has expired shall continue to discharge the duties of the office until his or her successor is qualified by taking the oath of office. And I attached a countywide calendar here for the 2021 school year, just for your reference. We don't have to make any hard and fast decisions, but just want you to note that next year, December the 13th falls on a Sunday, and so that we need to have our December board meeting, much like this board meeting, the week before the Christmas break in order to be in compliance with the governance meeting. And it's just kind of an FYI as we begin to think about our board meeting calendar for next year. You have the calendar at your disposal to take a look.
I'm sure the Marin County office will let us know as well.
I have a question about the term organizational meeting. Is that just any regular board meeting, or do we have to open an organizational meeting to conduct business? That's my vague recollection that we used to do that.
My understanding is that it's an organizational structure meeting, right? And so it has to happen within this time frame, and we have to elect officers at this meeting.
But do we need to identify it as an organizational meeting?
It was identified as an organizational meeting on the governance calendar.
Okay.
I think what Caroline's referring to is an old agenda is we would actually open like a meeting within a meeting.
Right.
And then go through that, close it, and then return to the regular meeting. But
so it's like a special board meeting?
No, it's just...
Well, similar to what we did before under special board meetings, but yeah.
Special meeting?
Yep.
It's not necessary.
Yeah, it's just what we did, but I guess we don't need to.
Yeah.
I think at least from my Brown Act training and guidance from Sue Ann, we're okay with this structure.
I'm sure somebody will correct us if it's not.
We'll be officerless.
I'm also curious, Caroline's observation, have these been reviewed by council? Because from my memory as well, not only here, but in other organizations, presidents aren't making motions. It's a kind of a nitpick thing, but that's new.
Well, and I brought these up for review in particular to ask those kinds of questions. If you look at the date on many of them, like 2010. So I think along with the rest of the board bylaws, I and the policy committee will take these up. But a part of the governance meeting is to review some of these bylaws as relates to governance. And so I wanted to make sure that was on the agenda. But precisely for those reasons, they're almost all terms of office was updated in 2014. Secretary was updated in 2014. Clerk was updated in 2014.
Yeah, in my reading of Robert's rules, not that that's all bylaws for school boards, but presidents are allowed to make motions.
Okay.
It's just out of courtesy.
Yeah.
As long as we're good.
You said are allowed or not allowed?
Are
Yeah.
allowed, yeah.
But to your point, our bylaws are probably due for an update.
I smell a meeting on a horizon.
We add that to our list, yes.
We're only 5 years out, so.
I've seen worse.
Okay. So, and yeah.
These are discussion items. There's no cards before us. Any other questions from the diocese?
No.
We're going to move along. All right. 9.02, this is Willow Creek's response to information request.
Yeah, I'll walk you through it really quickly. I thought it was important to include, given some of the correspondence at the last board meeting, they did actually respond to my information request, and so I wanted to provide that information. Much of their response you've heard outlined in other spaces, but this response shows a budget deficit of $694,000, includes the decrease in LCFF, pardon me, by approximately 200,000, increase in basic aid excess at 112, increase in special education costs at $187,768, $7,985 in miscellaneous revenue changes, and then I think germane to the budget situation, and $86,200.05 change in salary. So there was a salary that was not included in the original budget projection. $44,923 change in benefits, also not included in the original budget projection, and $160,000 increase in legal fees and PR. And so while we're all very committed to making sure that the budget is balanced, I also think it's important to acknowledge that there's close to $300,000 that are related to unpredicted expenses in the adopted budget.
Is that decrease in LCFF, is that from the 30?
Mm-hmm. Yep, precisely,
children,
the drop in enrollment.
What about the increase in special ed?
I think that's due to a variety of things. There was a couple NPS placements that I think, hard to predict, and then they had to pick up some additional costs, an additional one-to-one aid, so there's some salary in there. Special ed costs are notoriously challenging to predict, as any new IEP or any new student can bring in some added cost there.
So in your letter that you read, the proposal for cost savings, would that be for this fiscal year or the following year?
The following.
And the change in salaries, is that, do you have an idea of what happened there?
Oh yeah, it was provided to me in a separate communication that there was one position that was accidentally not included in the budget.
So do they have enough reserves to cover $1.2 million deficit
For this year, yeah.
for this year?
Did you say $1.2 million?
Because I know they said they had enough reserves for 2 years, I think, initially, but now it's 1 year because of all these unexpected.
Yeah, I think that's a significant portion in a change in narrative from the beginning of the year to now, and why there's so much energy around getting a plan for stability in the out years, is because there's been some significant changes in outlook.
To say, I don't know, maybe this is not a good thing to say, but I'm going to say it because I guess it would make such a difference moving forward if the talk about money wasn't just about how we're doing, the district is trying to ruin this school, but if it was an acknowledgement of mistakes made by someone other than the district, which I have never heard. I mean, that's just, I'm just talking about trust and narrative and
Use the mic.
I'm just talking about trust and narrative and, you know, starting a conversation that isn't just about blame and accusation. So I appreciate that this is on record and we're discussing it.
So for some of these things, you know, it could possibly, as you said, be an oversight or whatever the case may be. Is there software or, you know, some type of accounting, I don't know, lack of a better way of saying it, software that the charter could probably use or be introduced to so that they don't have these types of oversights in the...
Oh, really good question. You know, that's my main concern is as I work to make sure that the district balance remains positive and that Willow Creek is stable during the unification, that we avoid this kind of thing moving forward, right? And so we have some internal controls in the district like position control, and that's a conversation that I have broached with Willow Creek leadership is how to set up a position control document so that you can't load a budget that's missing a position. For instance, that's one of the internal controls that we would use to avoid that kind of a situation. And so they were actually quite open to that, and so that's one of the things that I hope to support them in developing moving forward, just so that we have to, in order to do this, we're going to have some really accurate budgeting for both organizations. We can't afford to have inaccurate budgets, and so I'm hoping that we'll continue to be able to work together to put those kind of controls in place.
Well, we've had errors in both budgets, and we've had errors in our budgets too, pretty big ones. We were missing the revenue for special ed change. So I'm just saying that you can put as many controls in as you want, and you can try and catch everything, but things happen.
Yeah, I think you pointing out on special ed, you know, you may put in one figure and it may be something completely different based on the child's independent education plan.
Right.
There's so many factors, but this is good information. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. It's good that you're having those dialogues, and you know. So some things happen, oversights happen.
Yeah, so the $1.2 million, I mean, they have a deficit, so even with 500,000 assistants next year, they'll probably still need to make some cuts the following year, or reconfiguration or something, because that's not going to make up the full $1.2 million. I assume this is a recurring expense. Maybe the legal would go away.
They might. I don't think the conversation's over yet either in terms of, you know, what the end number is going to be, but I think that I'm really committed in making sure that the programs that, you know, maintain enrollment at Willow Creek, that we figure out a way to conserve those and while we keep our own budget balanced. And so I think it's just important that this is the beginning of a conversation and not the end of a conversation, and we still have some work to do.
Appreciate that.
Well, and I'll just say it seems to me to emphasize the importance of moving forward on unification quickly so that we're, you know, because I do think that's going to be one way that we can avoid a lot of these cuts. So.
Well,
and as an attorney, I can say I would really like to reduce the amount of money spent on attorney's fees, but that's just me.
Yeah, and to the extent that we can avoid duplication of programs and combine sooner, like I appreciate exploring sharing, you know, science and math for 7th and 8th grade. I mean, that's an important option. If we can, number one, cost savings, that isn't the most important, but obviously it's our topic right now. Number two, it's getting all the kids together before they go to TAM, getting all their kids into single subject credentialed teachers. And And like I said, having them together and becoming friends, becoming a cohesive unit before they head off to TAM together. So it's not an us, them, it's a we going into TAM.
Absolutely, and we have a science lab that should be used for its functioning.
Well,
This is a first interim budget, though, correct?
No,
This is from their,
This
They're
was just
preparing
a
their
response
first
to
interim
information.
budget.
We'll
Yeah.
bring their first interim budget before you next month.
you know, I can totally understand some of the anxiety, some of the pressures that, you know, people feel that they're under as they're trying to make decisions for their children. But I do, look on the lens of optimism that these are discussions, and I'm really hopeful that we can really begin to do things more collaboratively where programs are protected, because, you know, we hear a lot from parents, and parents are very concerned, and nobody's kid is more important to you than your own. So, are there other comments? Any attempt from the public? Marika, are you writing to speak on this particular? If you like.
I was just sort of reacting a little bit to the discussion that somehow our books weren't right. I mean, we hire a very good outside organization, and then we have a gentleman who was a partner at, I think, Anderson Consulting, who is on our board, who's looking at the numbers. So our accounting is correct. What we're dealing with is some unforeseen loss in enrollment, which was something that we were not prepared for. We had not had a loss in enrollment in 10 years. So that is something new for us, and something entirely accountable, not entirely, but very contributed to this uncertainty around what's happening right now. Yes, some special ed, there was a lack of communication between who is carrying what, so there was some miscommunication there, but in terms of accounting, that's not our problem. It has to do with a lot of the excess not being shared, et cetera. So I don't want to go into a he said, she said, but in terms of the books, we're pretty confident that our books have projected well. We just had some unforeseen conditions that we didn't have enough contingency for, unfortunately.
Totally get it. For myself, I was just asking, is there software that maybe we use here that maybe the charter doesn't use, just to have, that extra layer?
Yeah, that's a good point. We use a company, a third-party company that is specific for charter schools because they have such different funding situations.
Sure.
So they're a good outfit, but there might be some good coordination between the software you guys use and the one we use, so that we're using the same language.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially Dr. Garcia has said and talked, I think, with your board president, at least, about software that would enable anybody to not leave a teaching position out, which amounts to a big chunk of change when you add in that salary and the benefits. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if there's a safeguard against that happening, it's a good thing to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think both boards are missing something big. I think this decrease in enrollment is the tip of the iceberg. I think it's well underway for next year. I don't know that either organization has budgeted for that. And I think it's going to be a lot bigger than either organization is leading on right now, which is going to exacerbate this problem. And the timeline under which families are making those decisions is already underway. People are enrolling in private schools. People are looking for new rentals. People are considering putting their houses on the market right after the holidays. So I think we're kidding ourselves right now.
Yeah, well, that's unforeseeable. We cannot predict or, come to a conclusion as to what families will or what they're going to do. One of the things that, and this is not even on topic, but since you brought it up, one of the things that I know that Dr. Toko has been talking about, and I know that we're going to I'm hoping that we're going to implement that here at Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Academy, that Willow Creek will do as well, and that is an exit survey, because we cannot definitively say those 30 families that left from the charter and the reasons behind that. We don't know, and so that data point, that information is persistent and consistently comes up as though it's a result in what is happening now, but until we can be factual with that, we can't base that on our own opinions. And I think you have to have data and you have to have facts behind that.
Commuting, fire, cost of living. There are so many pressure points that families feel that for us to assume that it's this uncertainty, and I know it's a big part of it, but there are other factors that, property values are dropping.
With respect, Ms. Cox has done an informal survey or talked to many families, and so we do actually know the reason why folks are leaving, and it's not all related to the uncertainty, but a large factor is that. And also from what we're talking about with families that exist today, that is the topic of conversation at every school meeting we have, is spooked families, all, just wondering whether they need to take their kids out. So that's the refrain we hear. That can speak louder than fact. I understand that. That's an emotional response, but unfortunately, that's what we have to operate under if we have no plan in place to quench those fears.
I'm sorry, but I get that, and I obviously have been attending a lot of those meetings, and I'm sorry, but when I see the test results of the school, when I'm at the school, I don't get what is so wrong with sending kids to Bayside Martin Luther King Academy. And I understand the love that people have for Willow Creek, but the idea that somebody would move so that their kid didn't come to this school is, it's kind of, I find it hard. So it would be, useful to know. And I kind of wish that there was sort of a commitment from the board and other people, rather than, to my mind, feeding into that, to kind of go, hey, we have this amazing opportunity to work together, and this is an amazing school, rather than saying our school is going to die, so you should consider leaving, which is sort of the message that I get. And I just really, really, really hope that we can move forward.
So you know what, this all started off of this Willow Creek response to request, and we've gone in a whole different direction. And with that, Marika, I know that she made a response.
I could stand here all night, but,
and I'm sure
well,
part of me staying here all night is the part that's not going to happen.
No, I hear that. May I address Bonnie's concern too, because I understand that, and by no means is any board member saying you should leave the district. We want the thing that we're excited about is that we have more public school students in this district. That means Willow Creek and Bayside MLK than we've had in forever. So that's the exciting part, right? And so we're getting, but the traditional Sausalito model was private school, right? Mm-hmm. And we're trying to counteract that whole thing and get more folks in public school. And I think the Willow Creek families were very much part of building the school, and that's where you get a lot of that commitment and that feeling of like, wait a second, we built this and we're losing something that we worked really hard for. Mm-hmm. So the emotion on that end, and I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Not surprising, that urgency that does come in. Kate.
I just want to add, the fact that she said that they have no students on the waiting list is also telling. Telling of what? You could try and spin it a million different ways, but it's not just loss of enrollment. They have no backfill to replace those families, and I've not known that to happen either, that there's no families on the waiting list.
Right, but they had over 10 families that came to visit the school, so, it is totally a catch-22. Our schools are not going to die on the vine, not as long as we can keep watering the branches. Kate?
Hi, Kate Gothrow, district parent, and I just wanted to respond directly, Trustee Huff, to what you just said, because at the Thursday community the school community meeting, the school was very vocal about encouraging people to stay engaged and to not give up. So I know that there's a sense that Willow Creek is broadcasting a sky is falling and you must leave, and that is not my experience. I mean, there's tremendous engagement by the parents in the unification process, and that's also another narrative that I think has been broadcast out, that Willow Creek is withdrawing emotionally, if you will, from commitment to unification, and I don't see that either. I think that Willow Creek has redoubled their commitment to the unification process, but also that parents are being told very specifically to hang in there with the district. So I just want to be really clear about that. I think it's important, and I think that the Willow Creek board is in a really unenviable position, and this week was probably one of the worst for any of those members, to have to say to a community that loves their school that core educational programs are on the chop for next year. So I just want to give a shout out to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I confess I was basing it on the board meeting on Wednesday night, and I did not get to attend the meeting on Thursday. So thank you for clarifying.
Okay, we're going to move along, folks, to the consent agenda. There were no items that was pulled from this agenda. I need a motion to approve.
Also move.
Second.
It's been moved and second. This is roll call.
Mr. Barrow.
Due to my absence last month, I'll abstain.
Ms. Turner.
Aye.
Ms. Green.
Yes.
Aye.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Thank you. We are going to move in lightning speed. I just know we are, because here we are at action items, and these are we're just going to fly through them.
I know that
I just have that sense.
Dr. Garcia can talk really fast.
We're on 11.01. This is consider approval of our first interim budget report. Repeating that, our first interim budget report.
Brandon,
Let me see.
need your help.
And our superintendent is going to walk us through this.
Presentation. It's the middle. There you go. Thank you. And I will be giving this report in Dr. Clark's stead, just so I define some of what you're looking at. Unrestricted revenues and expenditures are discretionary funding used for general operations, all ongoing expenses and shortfalls, and other funds, such as special ed and transportation. Restricted revenues expenditures are non-discretionary revenue used for specific expenditures for which the funding is intended, special ed, Title I, Title II, Title III, and ACES. Reserves are the restricted ending balance of Fund 1, General Fund, used to fund economic uncertainty and one-time expenses. If you can scroll down. LCFF district funding model. The state uses the LCFF formula to calculate the amount of funding for each school district. If the local property taxes are less than that calculated amount, the district is a state-funded school district or revenue limit district. The state funds the school district to that LCFF amount. If the local property taxes are greater than that amount, the district is a community-funded school district or a basic aid district. The district receives property taxes including the amount greater than the calculated LCFF amount. We are, of course, a basic aid. Go ahead and scroll. A basic aid school district because our property taxes exceed the amount that state taxes would follow. You can keep scrolling. I just want to address the idea of basic aid and basic aid excess. Excess sounds like there's extra. In truth, what excess refers to is the amount above the LCFF funding level you can see here in this graphic. And so that is how we are funded. We'll keep scrolling. There's two funding models for charters: a direct funded charter school, sometimes known as an independent charter school. The funds come directly from the state. And a locally funded charter school, or a dependent charter school. The funds come through the authorizing district. Independent or direct funded charter schools that are in basic aid districts like ours receive all funds from the district. And so as I walk you through these revenues, we hear a lot of figures. You know, the district has a $10 million budget, or the district has a $7 million budget. I wanted to clarify that the budget report that I'm going to give you is minus the amount of money that passes through to the charter school.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So based on, you know, all this divisiveness and parents, you know, what's we've been hearing sounds like an appropriate call from a dependent charter school, not an independent charter school. I mean, and this is as these models are as described by the California Department of Education, is that right?
That's correct.
So that helps me understand why it's been so confusing for so many years. Thank you.
If you can scroll on, Brandon. So to get to our first interim budget report from then to now, you'll see our board adopted budget in June 2019 had $6,834,495 in revenues and projected $6,550,296 in expenditures. What we are reporting to you here is a significant change. The first interim budget revenues have increased to $7,248,453, and expenditures have increased to $7,110,864. The change in revenues is an increase of $413,958, and the change in expenditures is $560,568. So what were the major changes? What led to these changes? There was an increase in the amount of property tax that we received of $110,000. The charter school in lieu amount decreased by $247,974. So this is the figure that when we talk about a decrease in enrollment at the charter school, this is that figure, $247,974.
All of that is the decrease in enrollment?
All of that is the decrease in enrollment. That's exactly right. And then we got the donation at the last board meeting of the $20,000 for the field renovation. Was an increase in revenue. Changes in expenditures. Attorney General settlement costs budgeted for $154,250. An additional student success coach at Willow Creek for special education, $64,000. The ESSA CSI supplies cost is also an increase there of $85,000, and again, the budgeted renovation expense for the field is a projected expenditure of $20,000. And so those are the major big changes to the general fund. Brandon, if you scroll to the next screen.
Wait, I have some questions before you leave
Oh,
the
yeah.
screen. So I thought we had already budgeted all of the Attorney General costs into funds.
We
I
did.
think we put a pretty significant chunk away.
We did. The Attorney General settlement cost is a change to expenditure over what was the predicted expenditure for this year. And the reason that was done, there's some front loading of expenditures for this year that you won't see reflected in the out years.
When the budget was adopted in June, it was before the settlement agreement. So those dollars were not identified in the budget, and now they've been moved into expenditure with the first interim budget.
Okay. Can I just ask a question of clarity? On that added student success coach, that is not an amount that we are going to ask the charter to absorb, or is it?
It is, but currently it's on our books.
Okay.
And so when I add up the changes to expenditures, it's about 300,000, but we show a change of 560,000. What's the other 250?
The other 250 in expenditures, I'll show you a little bit later in the report,
Okay.
but we are projecting to add some positions. Oh, I'm sorry, that's for next year. Let's see. Let's refer to the SACS document. There is a change in certificated salaries. There's an increase in operating expenditures.
It looks like there's about $60,000 difference in special ed and classified salaries. If you look at this, at slide 11.
Yeah, so let's scroll on.
And then something that's called other outgoing transfers.
There you go, thank you. So let's take a look at unrestricted and restricted, and we should be able to reconcile the expenditures for you there, Caroline.
Yeah, and then just before we leave this slide though, you know, if we hadn't gotten additional property taxes, another 250,000 in savings, but we had 560,000 in expenditures, we would have been severely deficit spending again and eating into our very minimal reserves. So
which we're not.
I know, but it's worrisome that we have a $560,000 swing in expenses and from budget to adoption to now. That's huge.
So I think I can outline it for you here as the presentation goes on, and if I can at the end, then I will work to reconcile it for you. So if we look at the general fund, unrestricted, restricted, the beginning balance was $804,730 combined between restricted and unrestricted. Show those total revenues of $7,248,453, and the total expenditures of $7,110,864. Right, and so while we did increase expenditures, we're not deficit spending. We still have a net increase of $137,589 combined, which projects to an ending balance in June of $942,318, or a 13.2% reserve. If you look, keep scrolling, Brandon.
So I understand, you know, we're not, because we now have this unexpected revenue increase, we're not deficit spending. But I guess my point is we have a $560,000 expenditure increase. What are the other outgoes, the $180,000?
The other outgoes you can find here, there's a there's an increase in classified salary, added staff in special education. We added a success coach position, not only to Willow Creek, but we've expanded some of the services here. Added a resource teacher. There was some added cost there. Books and supplies, there's an additional $108,051 in the added expenses for ESSA and the added expenses for the Attorney General settlement. The other outgo of $180,000 that gets us to $560,000.
What is the other outgo?
Yeah.
The other outgo is, I believe, the other outgo, hold on just one second for me, please. I might have to do a little research to answer that question for you. And I don't want to hold it up, but.
Because, as we were, I don't know the timing of when we found out about the Willow Creek enrollment decrease versus when we were approving and increasing our expenses. Hopefully we knew about the revenue before we started increasing our expenses, but that's what worries me when we start approving these contracts outside of the context of the budget as we go from one to the next, because it adds up. It becomes cumulative, and now we've got a $560,000 expense increase, which is, it's really big. And something we've instituted before is when something's added to the budget, and we have large contracts, so we have one before us tonight, the facilities master planning. And right now what's in front of us is just a simple line item increase. But when you put it in the context of the budget, it's going to eat up the remainder of our surplus. And we've got nothing left in surplus. And so if we continue to incur other unexpected expenses, we're going to start eating into our reserves, which we've already decided are too low. So it concerns me when we start approving these contracts out of context and without understanding the cumulative impact of what's occurring to date when we're approving these large contracts. Like I said, but for these kind of unexpected increases in revenue, we'd be hitting our reserves hard right now. It's very worrisome. And then if you're looking at the next year out, year two, we're showing a $62,000 deficit, yet we're talking with Willow Creek about a $500,000 cost savings. And we're going to absorb those costs. I don't know how we're going to do it. We don't have reserves. We've got maybe the $1.2 million in facilities funding. I just don't want to be making empty promises. And I don't want to be cutting programs at Bayside to do this.
Right.
So,
I'm trying to follow your logic.
Yeah, so on this
because
one slide, there's this one here.
on the multi-year
Yeah,
projection.
so you see a 62,000 negative number, that's
Right,
red.
yeah.
So that's showing next year we've got a $62,000 deficit. And so we're going to be using up 62,000 of our reserves.
So, Caroline, would you remind me what was the board's goal for reserve level? Was it 10%?
We have, I think it's a requirement for 5.
Right, I know that.
And we've got a board suggested reserve of 10.
Of 10.
But it's not a requirement.
So what is this reserve level down at the bottom of the page that you're looking at? It's describing the reserve level at 13.2 this year and 11.9 next year.
That's right.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure.
Isn't that?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is the next year, 11.9, if we're talking about helping Willow Creek with $500,000 of expenditures, that's going to go down. We have an $879,000 reserve, and unless we cut expenses or somehow raise revenue, there's no way we're going to absorb $500,000 and stay within our 10% reserve.
It's not,
Right, but
it's
if
not
you're talking about-
500,000. So if you go to slide 11 of 12. So in that far column, the one thing I'm trying to track down is the 180, Caroline.
Yeah.
So if you'll go down that far column, the 116 was an expense that was added through an IEP to serve a one-on-one aid at Willow Creek. It's a Willow Creek expense. It's an added expense, but there's an added revenue to pay for it.
Okay.
Okay? If you go down then to the ESSA,
And
CSI.
Is that revenue reflected in its additional revenue?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If you go back down to the 108, the CSI, that's an expense to pay for the Tier 2 intervention. That's from carryover dollars that we received last year but didn't budget for expenditure last year.
Okay.
The only thing, and then the 160 is the
And
clear.
so it's from reserves, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Restricted reserves.
Right.
That's
Okay.
specific for this.
Okay.
And then the other thing is on the Attorney General settlement, that's a clear added expense that was not in your adopted budget because it was adopted prior to the settlement agreement. We knew that there was going to be amount in the reserves to pay for that. The one thing that we need to track down is the 180 on other outgo. I'm just not putting my head on that.
It's special ed excess and special ed transportation.
But why is it other outgo, though? That should be within there.
Because it was part of a reconciling from the 18-19 budget. If I could direct you to the board memo here. There's some explanation on the memo or on the backup.
It was not booked in the correct year.
Yeah.
It should have been booked in the prior year.
So it's an adjustment to reserves, basically?
Right.
Because you got to move reserves.
I'm not sure, that doesn't make sense. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because you wouldn't put it in other outgo.
That'd be
you'd just
that'd be
hit
an audit
reserves.
adjustment.
Yeah.
Well, this was the item that was open several times.
It was open several times, but I think
Yeah.
that.
Making it work, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll do some follow-up.
Repeat that.
With Dr. Clark when he returns, but I am confident this was a charge from a prior year that wasn't booked properly, and so he decided to reopen it to balance the books, and he called it other outgo as a placeholder. But I'll follow up with him to verify that for you.
Okay. I mean, I guess regardless whether it's other outgo or if it hits directly to our reserves, it's still going to impact the reserves the same way.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
Yeah, so if it's, whether it's another outgo, which is included as expenditures, then it, decreases our surplus or increases a deficit. And then when you have a surplus or a deficit, then that gets added to your reserves at the end. If this is an impact from a prior year, you typically would adjust reserves directly. So you wouldn't be adding your plus or surplus or minus to expense. So regardless, it's going to impact your reserves in the end.
Got it.
So I guess my point is, I see now where all the numbers are coming from. I see why some are now have an offsetting revenue.
So if you look at the increase in revenues, the delta is about the difference of that other outgo. So there really isn't a big swing from adopted to first interim, except for that one number that I can't put my head on what it was.
Well, because the revenue and unrestricted, what threw me is that 384 says property taxes and reduced in lieu. It doesn't say special ed revenue increase.
But I don't think he's got it all I don't think he's got it all as a descriptor. 280 and then 110. Yeah.
Yeah, see that.
This may be doesn't sound right.
I mean, at this point, whatever it is, and the interesting point, I heard 2 points from Caroline. One was, well, we kind of got lucky with the extra revenue and the dropping in lieu to cover this. I'm hearing, well, now it's, there was actually other offsets and so forth. But the second point concerns me more, which is next year we're projecting a small deficit spend of $62,000. But what we don't have in that budget is how we're going to help stabilize Willow Creek with a presumed cost of, I heard, about $500,000. So, and if it were to come out of reserves, we'd be below that 5%, unless it's coming out of that facilities money.
So
Because I want to be clear on how we stabilize that, the 500,000, because just for clarity's sake, when you're doing shared programming, you're not, the dollars are there, but it's, you know, in actuality, you're not talking about adding that money into their budget, but it's not impacted if you are doing shared science, if you're doing shared math, or if you're doing.
Well, the only way you take it off of their expenses is if we pay for it.
Yes,
And they're paying for it at their charter salary schedules. If we pay for it, it'd be at a union salary.
yes, and part of the deficit that you see in year 2 is because we have factored in added positions in the MIP.
You what?
We have factored in added positions over this year in the MYP in year 2.
But are those positions for Bayside?
They're positions that are added on the schedule in the budget.
But if they're positions for Bayside, are you saying that we would cut those to then fund Willow Creek to help fund those shared positions?
We might have to do that to keep the books balanced, but I'm just pointing out that there are positions that have been added in year 2, so it's not as if the addition of positions isn't in the budget. The addition of positions is in the budget.
So they're placekeepers just in case?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. We were looking at the budget. Okay.
But I really appreciate what you're saying, Carolyn. And in a way, you know, the memos, when we're looking at these action items, it would be helpful, maybe we each have to do this individually, just say, this isn't in the budget, so this is how much is coming out.
Right.
You know? I mean, and
Yeah.
that's where we have to go.
And that's pretty much why I've asked to have that. Deborah, it's exactly the right point, which is it in the budget or is it not? And I guess the next statement on that, if it's not, it's coming out of reserves, and how much do our reserves drop from there, or our surplus?
Or it's coming out of additional funding that has been secured and needs to be, you know, a part of our big picture.
Or we need to make cuts in other areas because
Right.
we're prioritizing this over something else.
Right. Right.
Yeah. It's fun to spend money like it is endless, but
Let's move to the multi-year projection, since that's where the conversation went. With additional positions and salaries and benefits, as you noticed, we are projecting a small deficit in year 2. That is turns into a small surplus in year 3, and does keep us at close to the 13% reserve that we have established this year. It's 12.5%, 11.9% in year 2, 12.5% in year 3. But it does keep us with a healthy ending fund balance in the years, even absorbing the positions. And so I do think that we can keep a balanced budget and keep both schools solvent throughout the unification process. You can see, do you have any questions about the MYPs?
I have a question. What have we set aside for legal?
What did we set aside for legal in this year or in the multi-year
This year?
projection?
Well, let's just say this year and hope by the end of this year it'll all be done.
I think it's about 130,000.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where that 137 would be wiped out, huh?
That's already in there.
It's in there.
Oh, it's in there.
Yeah.
It's
I
in
just
there,
wondered,
but-
and is that enough? I mean, I guess it's in there because we think it's enough.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a moving-
theoretically, there's a significant amount of cost savings to both organizations if we could get out of a litigious situation, but just focusing on ours. Yeah, the $180,000 in this budget is a transfer of indirect costs, or sorry, excludes transfers of indirect costs, but it is a balancing from the prior year, and so let's see.
But once again, that came before us, and I'm trying to recall whether it was in context of the impact on the reserves.
When he balanced the budget, what she's asking is when he balanced the budget, when he brought balancing the budget before, was it in context of the reserves, of how it affected the reserve? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, right. I don't recall offhand, but regardless, obviously my point is when we get those big things. Yep.
Point well taken.
Yes.
And I guess the point now too is if we're looking at stabilizing both schools and we've got these surplus funds within our budget, it might be worth earmarking those separately to understand what we've got. And what programs would be impacted if we're going to start helping keep both schools solvent, rather than kind of having them buried within line items, expenditure line items, so that it's clear what that money is and where it's coming from and what programs we're going to be impacting here, if any.
Duly noted. I'll make sure that we report that as a separate item moving forward so that we can see that.
I mean, because my hope and my fear is that we're not just putting expenditures in to wipe out a surplus, because the surplus becomes a discussion point. I'd rather show truth in reporting and show the number. It is what it is. And, if we've got numbers and expenditures that we don't think we're going to spend, or if it's not secured, and then I don't know why it's not in surplus instead. Those positions are, I don't know, they baffle me that you just mentioned. That are placekeepers.
Well, I'd like to put my earlier comments in context of this budget. If I'm right, and enrollment continues to drop, this budget will look a lot more in the black.
Right.
By, I think, 200,000 to 500,000. But Willow Creek will have a 200,000 to 500,000 additional problem on top of what they've already presented. That if we're trying to help sustain them through that year, will make it that much bigger. And so if you look at it collectively, there's a huge risk on this.
On what? What's this?
On this budget, being able to carry these two schools through some form of stability for another year as we talk about unification.
And if Willow Creek's enrollment does drop further and we get additional revenue as a result, and they're going to be needing additional funds to stabilize because of their loss in revenue, I don't know if it's worth earmarking those so that we could talk with the monitor about covering additional costs to stabilize their school, rather than those funds then being used for additional expenditures. It's like the 250 that we got right now, that's gone.
Yeah, it's just too hard to go off of speculation, even though when you're dealing with the multiple year projected budget, because we're forecasting.
Well, part of forecasting is also planning.
That's true.
And so that's what we're
planning.
talking about is planning, planning for assistance to keep the school solvent.
It's not pure speculation. We've got a factual data point of a drop of enrollment this year, exit interviews attributing a reasonable portion of that to what's going on. Active interviews, pre-exit interviews, if you will, that are indicating that's likely to continue, whether it's another 30 or more. It's not just like I pulled something out of the air.
But then those are details and information that you're privy to, because, you know, I don't know if anyone, yeah, well.
Well, I think it's a
We're not
matter of
hearing
just
that.
waiting
We
for
just
all
heard
out-
from a parent who is saying, don't panic, we're, you know, but at any rate.
I think it's a matter of
get
just
it.
planning for all outcomes and discussing all possible outcomes and what to do in those scenarios.
Yeah, I will say, I think the good news is that the funding, it's not as if I'm sorry, the difference of basic aid, but it's not as if the funding leaves the district. It stays within the district, and so we need to figure out what to do with it.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And unless a bunch of homes are gonna sell in Sausalito next year.
Brandon,
which I
can you
doubt.
scroll to the next page, please? So there you have some outline again, the major increases, some due to state, some due to local, but mostly due, as you note, to the in lieu payment, increase in property taxes and the donations.
And this is where I would expect to see the additional
I would
special
too,
ed.
I would too, Caroline. It doesn't, at face value, it doesn't look like the additional special ed position revenue from Willow Creek is here.
Right.
And if we scroll to the next,
So that would increase the fund balance by 180,000.
If we fixed that, yeah.
Pardon me?
If we fixed that, yeah.
so some next steps are getting clarity, coming back and reporting what exactly the other outgo is for you all, and then earmarking any additional revenue moving forward. When we come back at the January meeting, present the financial audit and update you of the governor's budget release, all this should be reconciled by the second interim budget report in March. And I'll make sure that we have the funds earmarked in the way that you're asking by that budget report.
Thank you.
This is an action
So will we
item.
have, is our board meeting on the 9th in January?
It is.
Isn't the governor's budget usually on the 10th? I don't know. Anyway, we'll have what we have.
Yeah, at the presentation of the governor's budget, I'm sorry, will be in February.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
It's one thing I know.
So,
Okay.
there are some caveats that need to be cleared for when you bring this back, but this is an action item. And before we take action, there are several cards. Were there other questions from the diocese on this particular? Richard Bonnet.
Yep. Tag team.
And Kate, you were together, yes.
Oh, thanks.
We are totally together. Richard Bonnet, longtime Sausalito resident, and Kate Gothrow is on the Fiscal Integrity and Transparency Work Group, along with Avril Wilson and two other members who weren't able to be here tonight. We basically set our goal when we got started in this process to make sure that all 500 kids, or slightly less now, make it through to unification and get a good education and maintain as much as, if not all, the possible great programs that exist between the two schools. So we started digging into that, And we came up with a way to look at all the financial information, and that is to look at it through the lens of a unified school. In other words, project our thinking into the unified school already. It's here today. And that gives us some significant advantages. It also points out some serious problems. For instance, legal expenses. We spent well over $500,000 on legal expenses collectively. And if we were a unified school, we would have spent zero of that. There would have been no need for it. And we took $500,000 out of the hands of kids, teachers, and staff and paid it to, excuse me, goddamn lawyers, sorry. That's criminal. That's beyond my comprehension that we would do something like that. Now, if we don't think in terms of a unified school, I can understand why people are wanting to hang on to a lawsuit to get their stuff. Well, they must believe unification isn't going to happen. So we need to get serious about unification and our goal to get there. And we need to nail down these budgets. They're ever-changing budgets. Every time I get a new number. We met today with Willow Creek people for quite a long time. And less than a month ago, we had an agreement. There was a $700,000 deficit spending in this year. Today, it's another $700,000. So it's $1.4 million from what was $700,000 a month ago. I spent 35 years in the high-tech industry managing businesses, and I got to tell you, if I missed a budget by that much, I would be fired, and so would most of my staff. And actually, one of our members said, "I think we should fire them all." This is not fiscal management. This is incredible, unless what Caroline said, maybe these budgets are a little bit padded to aid in the negotiation to finally come to an agreement. I hope so. I hope we can find at least $500,000 between the two that is close to that situation. So anyway, we're working hard. We wanted everybody to know that we're working hard. We're right into these things, and we're digging, and we're not going to quit until we find a way to get those kids to go, all 500 of them, to go through to unification. Okay. You guys want to add anything?
Sure. So just to add to what Richard said, for me, when we were meeting this weekend, I kind of had an unlock where I was thinking about that if we just start with the assumption that we are a unified district and that at the outcome when there is a unified structure, be that physical or organizational, that we want those kids to all arrive there at the same place and not lose ground. So it's essential that the kids, regardless of which school they're in today, that they continue to get the education that they've been getting, so that we're not creating deficits in education that we'll just have to address down the road. I do have some other comments about the budget that are separate from our work here, but I do want to reserve some of my time. So, Avril, I don't want to very quickly jump in on that inappropriately.
So much for moral support. So I am also part of the Fiscal Integrity and Transparency Committee. We have been working hard. I think we understand very well now the situation, and it's fairly urgent and dire, I think, that Willow Creek is in if we don't, in fact, unify soon and efficiently. I think we're looking at all different kinds of ways to collaborate, cooperate, combine programs, save money in different ways. But it's going to be incumbent upon everyone in this room and the community that we're all representing to make sure that we use a lens of unification right now, and that we have a plan in place as early as January that has very specific steps that are going to be able to lend confidence to the families at Willow Creek, because there will be attrition, and we can't really fool ourselves into thinking that that's because suddenly Mill Valley looks more attractive. Families don't want to move. They like their kids to stay with their kids' friends. They like their community. They wouldn't move if they felt more confident that we're getting this done. So we need to we are being very deliberate in our committee meetings to use we and to think in terms of one school of 500 kids and to build from there, not to have one school of maybe 300 kids because we've scared the rest of them away. So we just need to be very positive and very deliberate in our conversations with each other.
Thank you. All right, Kate.
Well, I did have a couple of questions about the budget as presented. One is on the legal expenses. You said that there's budgeted $160K. Can we know what has been spent to date? Because I think that that number is probably low by the time this is resolved, just based on some of the other numbers we're hearing about legal expenses. I also, when we talk about these positions that have been added to the budget, I'm having a hard time following along, and of course we'll dig in after this, but it definitely looks to me like the district has already spent the $250K LCFF funding that came as a windfall from the Willow Creek attrition, and I'm stunned that that's already happened. To me, that's just confusing. But when we talk about having positions in the budget so that by next year we can support Willow Creek, I would say that in the interest of trust building, how does anybody in the district know that that's how those positions will actually be used? If we've set aside and created these line items, where's the guarantee other than all of us planning a pin in this date on our calendars and coming back to it and asking for that accountability? I am really loath to see those added to the budget at this point without that guarantee that that's how they're going to be used, if that's the statements that are being used to support them. And then later in the evening, and I don't know if I'll still be here, but I am very confused as to why we're having a conversation around a contract for a master plan when we're marching towards unification, and we don't know what the structure of that school is going to look like. So how we're spending money on a master plan at this moment until the unification part is figured out is also very confusing to me. I don't quite understand what the value of that is, so I'm going to wait and hear that, but I just want to go ahead and mention that now.
So it's only a few ticks away, so perhaps you will still be here, but there's a reason behind why. So, Dr. Garcia, are you in a position to answer those questions, or will you come back with an answer?
I will come back with an answer. I don't want to take up time looking for the individual answers, but I think that there are positions budgeted. There's 2 certificated positions. There's 1 classified position, so we would need to expand the classified positions. That's not insignificant amount of money to expand the classified positions, but they're not the same salary schedule as a certificated position either. And I think that I'm appreciating what you're saying about, like, you know, hey, what's the guarantee that they're going to be used for this or that? And I think that's part of the conversation that we need to have. But I thought it was important that we put them in the budget so that the out year numbers have a chance of being accurate. I will come back with an answer on legal expenditures. I can tell you that year to date for 1920, I actually I just signed something today that we're at about 50K with legal expenditures. But, you know, the budgeted amount is for the entire year going through the end of June. And so I will come back with a number around, an exact number around what was budgeted for legal expenditures to respond to that request and respond to requests from the board.
A huge portion of our true legal costs is insurance covered, right? So it's not, a true portion of our, a significant portion of our true legal costs is insurance covered. So I don't know where the $500,000 collective number came from and whether that includes an offset of insurance money or not, but.
It was over the last couple of years.
No, not in 1 year.
Willow
Okay.
Creek was 450,000 by itself.
Yeah, so not in 1 year, that would make sense, and especially if you're looking at the other side of it.
Okay, I'd
Another
like to
question that had come up is that windfall of a couple $100,000 spent, and you didn't address it, but we're projecting a surplus of 137, so it's not all spent. What it is presented here is factored into the reserve level, but it's not spent in its entirety, at least.
But a chunk of it is already. I mean, I would expect to see the reserves increased by 250K or whatever number we're using. Given that number wasn't known when this budget was adopted.
Yeah, but it wasn't balanced when it was adopted. It was at negative 400 and some odd thousand. So
regardless, that money wasn't there to be used to balance it, and that's new information, and now it's being used to balance it.
believe me, I'm perhaps the most critical of our own district on this point, but I don't think that's a fair assessment to say that money's already spent.
Okay. Again, I need to dig into it, but that's my first impression, and I would love to have a conversation with you about why that's not a correct way of looking at it. So.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to ask that question as well. If you can come back with clarity on that. You know, the presumption that you've spent money that you didn't even know that you had. And so he's not at a position to answer that, but we'll come back and get you an answer.
I would just like to, you know, point out that these are still projections. Right, it's not money that has been spent, it's money that we're projecting to spend. And so, you know, much like when Kurt stood up and said, well, this doesn't have to be our final budget for Willow Creek. This is a projection, or it's not money that has been spent, just to be clear. But I will definitely come back at the next board meeting with some clarity for these questions, if not sooner.
And Richard, you said you were talking to Willow Creek about their 700,000 deficit that went to $1.4 million. I don't know if you followed our discussion on item 9.02, and it was Willow Creek providing their financial information to us.
Yes.
And what it does is it starts, it's just a simple spreadsheet, it looks like. It starts at a $694,000 deficit, right. So roughly 700, and it shows all the impacts to get to a current $1,251,000. So a lot of those changes, from what I understand from the presentation, were, one was a mistake, the salaries, and the others were unexpected. So, you know, I don't see those as an error per se. In their budgeting, they're just unexpected.
I didn't call it an error, it's just an overspend of the budget. It's not an error. I don't think I used that term. If I did, I apologize.
Yeah, okay, then I misunderstood, so.
I worked for a company called Schlumberger at one time, and they insisted that we had to do 1 and 10-year plans, and we had to stick to them. And there was an outfit in Florida that a hurricane struck and destroyed their plant. And they went to report to headquarters and said, we had a hurricane, that's why we missed our plan. You live in Florida, right? Yeah. Florida has hurricanes. Why didn't you plan that in? So that's the extreme, but this is the extreme in the other direction. This is the worst budgeting job I've ever seen.
Well, and I think that's why, school districts have reserves, is to help cover these unexpected, because what do? Do you fire a bunch of people, a bunch of teachers to cover an unexpected expense? It's just a little bit trickier within a school district. We're not as maneuverable as say, a company might be.
I'm not suggesting anybody be fired.
I just want to
questions?
suggest that we're going to face the same problems that they did. As you start hitting expenses that are unexpected, we have 560,000 now that are increases in expenses. We're not going to start firing teachers in order to cover those. We've got a reserve to cover those. So it's just, school districts are, as I've learned now, being on the board for 7 years, quite a bit different than companies.
Okay.
And we're in earthquake country, so I hope,
And fire country, so hey.
hope we're covered.
All right.
We need to vote on this?
I know what it was.
This is an action item.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Caroline,
Sorry.
Yeah.
100,000 of that increase in other outgo
Yes.
was the extra basic aid excess.
Because it's from the prior year.
And it wasn't anticipated to be that large. We had booked a $40,000 payment to Willow Creek.
Right.
And it, actually, I think it was even less than that. So that was already incorporated into last year's book. That was, ended up having to be incurred in the 1920 when we finally calculated the last basic aid excess.
Got it.
And the district owed Willow Creek $112,000 unanticipated.
Okay.
That's that other outgoing transfer.
Tonight.
What'd you say?
Somebody's going to sleep better tonight.
Is that included in that 180,000?
That is
Yeah.
included in the
All right.
180,000.
Listen, if Dr. Clark was here, he would have said that.
Yes.
And,
So-
Thank
and,
you, Trina.
You're welcome.
and there
I
was,
knew there was something.
there were some other special ed costs from the prior year.
Maybe, okay.
That's what I remember him going back and forth around.
Do you have any other questions for us?
Are you going to stay for the rest of the meeting? We're moving along. No, she was saying there's one.
She asked her questions.
All right,
No, she
thank
wanted
you.
to talk about
Okay, I have one
So the
final,
bottom line, that money wasn't spent.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
I have one final comment, if I might. I first of all want to say what a phenomenal job these two people have done. They're very bright, very capable, and it's been a pleasure working with them, and I hope to continue that. And also, Dr. Itoko Garcia has been incredibly available. He even drove all the way from Oakland over to meet me on a Saturday to have a meeting. It's incredible the support he's given us. And he's the reason that we're all working so hard, besides the kids, of course.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Once again, this is an action item. And it entails taking action.
Yeah, so I would recommend that we approve this first interim budget report so that we're inside of the timeline and that any of the outstanding questions that you may have, we can reconcile in the second interim budget.
So are you suggesting that should be done with some amendments or?
No, but there were questions raised and that we'll have another interim budget
Thank you.
later, I think. I will make that motion.
Second?
It has been moved and second. All in favor? Aye. Oppose?
Opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. We are going to move on. This is consider approval of organizational structure. The reason why we're meeting tonight, a part of it.
On this night.
On this night instead of last Thursday.
Correct.
Yes.
So can you bring us up to date on.
Yes, indeed. So as I noted in the bylaws, we need to do some elections of officers, president, vice president, clerk, and the trustee representative to the member of the board of directors of the Marin County School Board Association. And so we need to file, after the election, we need to file a statement of facts form, which Steve will fill out for us. And so I believe that there is a tradition in the district around roles, but I think the roles are open. You need to make a motion for who's going to be the president. You need to take a vote. You need to make a motion for who's going to be the vice president. You need to take a vote, and you need to make a motion for who's going to be the clerk and the representative, and vote on all those positions. And so those are action items, and I'm recommending that you take those actions this evening.
I would like to nominate our current president for a second term. I'm therefore nominating Ida Green for president of our board.
Duly noted on that historical content of sitting in this role for 2 years, I would happily accept upon a vote.
Do we need a second?
I'll second the motion.
It's been nominated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain?
Abstain.
Duly noted. And on that historical content of sitting in these roles for dual years, Ms. Turner, I would like to nominate you to maintain the position of vice president.
President's making a motion.
Yes, I am.
All right, historic.
Historic.
Write it down.
Okay, I will second that motion.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain?
I'll abstain.
That brings us to the clerk. Yay!
I nominate Trustee Huff as clerk.
I second it. Why not? Let's continue that
2-year thing.
historical content of staying in the role for 2 years. It's happened on this board many times. It's been nominated, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Was that an aye from you,
Yeah,
Josh?
look at that.
All right.
He likes my minutes.
Right.
He likes your signature.
He likes my signature.
He likes your
That brings
signature,
us to a trustee representative member for the Board of Directors of the Marin County School Board Association. And so in the spirit of a president making a nomination that's not common, I would like to nominate Bonnie Huff as the trustee representative / board for the directors of Marin County School. Why? I don't know, Bonnie.
I'll second that.
She's got to accept this one.
It's my second year of service on this. I think
All in favor, aye.
In that historical content of sitting in a role for 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? I think that was 4 ayes.
Any abstain?
No, I said aye.
No, he said aye.
Bonnie.
Okay.
That's going to move us to 11.03. This is to consider approval to award the facilities master plan.
Yes. At the October 24th board meeting, the board approved the RFQ for a facilities master plan. It's published at 8 known architectural and urban planning firms. Of those, 5 firms attended the mandatory site meeting on November the 5th. The district received 3 proposals by the November the 19th deadline. As I indicated in my update, we scored the proposals and moved forward with one firm to the interview phase. The reason we moved forward with just the one firm to the interview phase is that based on a couple different factors, experience, relationship with the community, price, they were a clear leader. They were not the highest priced and not the lowest priced. We then conducted an interview on December the 2nd. All 3 of us and Deputy Superintendent Mares were in attendance. And the firm recommended for the district facilities master plan as Kodama Diseño and WLC Architects. I do want to say a couple things about the why of this expenditure at this point in time. And I do believe it's critically important for us to deliver the vision of a unified school, to engage in facilities master planning. If we don't have a facilities master plan beginning from now, then the facilities that we need to hold this vision of a unified school, which we've heard loud and clear from the public, are neither of these 2 facilities in their current condition will really meet the vision that the community is working on. Then we need to be working on this from now. The facilities development takes often years, let alone the community input and the design phase, but then getting it through approval at the Department of State Architecture. If we wait to adopt a firm to lead us through this process, we're talking about a decade for any of the facilities that we need to deliver on the promise of a unified school. And so that's really why I understand it's a big expenditure given the budget conversation that we're having and the concerns about the overall revenues in the district. But we all know that the facility at the Nevada Street campus needs a significant amount of improvement, let alone development, as well as development on this campus to deliver on the promise of a unified school. To Dr. Clark's credit and to Kodama and WLC's credit, we asked them for 2 things in the interview. One was an expedited timeline. There is a significant amount of bond money for facilities development that will become available this year. The state is going to put before the voters in March a very large pool of money for school construction, the largest in a long time. And the way that eligibility for accessing those dollars work is it's kind of a first come, first serve basis. And so if we don't have something in the pipeline, the likelihood that we'll be able to access that bond revenue is smaller with every month that we don't have a project in the pipeline. And so you can go for general obligation bonds only in even years. And so if we don't do this, if we don't have a plan to go for a bond that delivers on the promise of a unified school in the 2020 year, that means we would need to wait until 2022. And with the design process, the community engagement, the approval at DSA, it means that we're likely looking at over a decade before we would have new facilities, 10 more years of deterioration on the Nevada Street campus, 10 more years of not having the kind of facilities that can hold the programs that everybody's visioning to create a school district that is competitive with Mill Valley or competitive with Miller Creek or competitive with Ross Valley. Not only did Kodama and WLC agree to increase the timeline, to speed up the timeline, but they actually dropped their cost by over $50,000 from their original proposal for what you see before you. And this, I believe strongly, is a very competitive offer. The consortium, the partnership of Kodama Diseño and WLC has a tremendous amount of experience doing facilities master plan development and building buildings here in Marin County. They even have some experience building buildings here in Marin City, as well as in the Bay Area. They have a tremendous amount of experience. Some of them are here this evening. Thank you for coming and sitting through this board meeting. And I think if you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them at the podium. But I believe actually that our long-term unification vision hinges on us approving this facilities master plan in a timely fashion. We're talking about families, potentially fleeing the district around instability for, funding. But I also think if you want to really think long-term, and we don't have competitive facilities, that's another thing that will contribute to families leaving the district. In addition, there's a lot of talk about the special reserve fund that's left over from the fire insurance money, and I think that this would be a really strong application of some of those funds. So even if it's not in the adopted budget, those funds are for the development of facilities and would not actually reduce the overall budget that I just asked you to approve. And so I do strongly recommend that we approve this contract and we get rolling on actually delivering the actual, starting the process that will deliver the vision of a unified school to our community.
So thank you for that. I think it's very generous that they took off an extra $50,000 with negotiation, yeah.
If Dr. Clark was here, we should all thank him for that. That was his work, for sure.
But with that cut, it doesn't alleviate the scope and responsibilities of the work that they're going to...
None whatsoever.
Okay.
So I agree that right now, if we approve this, it wipes out our surplus, puts us in a deficit, as is. Maybe there's some more special ed money that needs to be corrected and fixed in the budget, but if we don't use the insurance money for this, I just caution that going forward, if we're going to approve any more significant expenditures that comes either with money or raising money, or what are we going to cut to cover it? Because we can't hit our reserves anymore. So just that's putting it in context of our budget. But I do think using the insurance money in this case would be appropriate. I don't know if we could recover that, 40 cents on the dollar from the insurance on this. Maybe we still could if we roll it into kind of a larger construction project, and this is just some of the soft money that has to be spent up front on that. If I were to make a motion to approve this, I would want to say that we would use the insurance money to pay for it. And I do have one more point, is that, we have a facilities committee, and I don't know why the committee wasn't part of this process to do the interviews and review the RFPs. Because number one, there were no board members in that process, but also the facilities committee was kind of left out of it. And obviously, it's a standing committee, we would need to notice that meeting, but obviously in this environment, open transparency is probably a better call than a closed process. So I came into this meeting actually wanting to deny this contract because it wasn't brought to the facilities committee. So, but I understand the urgency, and I understand the timeline that we need to get this approved, but I would like our facilities committee, President Green and me, to be included going forward in these facilities discussions in this process.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. You mentioned, if I heard you right, some kind of state bond coming before the voters, differentiated from a local bond that we could raise. And so let's assume for a moment that may pass. It sounds like it would be doled out in a series of grants to local districts through, you described it as a first come, first served basis. Has anybody done an assessment of kind of our chances at getting something and how much? Like this is the first I'm hearing of that, and I'm having a hard time factoring it into timing. So could you elaborate in any way on that?
I'm gonna
I don't know who I'm talking to. I just have a question.
I'm gonna ask our bond counsel to weigh in on that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And of course, my name is Kimball Cook from Orbach Huff. Your funding, having your facilities master plan in place and a list of projects does significantly increase your chances of getting in line against other districts if you're organized and have particular projects with the pricing in place. So in that sense, it does increase your chances of getting funding. But that's
well, sure, it takes you from zero to something, but I still don't know how competitive we would be.
Well, and that's really hard to predict. I mean, it is literally first come, first serve.
So is it based on like a matching process or based on a needs and available funds process?
Needs and available funds, and depending on your circumstances, if you would qualify for hardship funding possibly, but it is a needs-based.
So is it mostly maybe for districts that don't have bonding capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And since we have 75 million, maybe.
That doesn't take you out of the running. I mean, there are separate monies allocated for hardship districts that aren't able to raise bond monies, but it really is based on getting there with a complete design and plan in place.
Okay.
There are different buckets, right, at the state level in terms of those different criteria.
Different buckets, yes.
And
that's
one
right.
one of them, Caroline, just for you to know, is based on there's a socioeconomic factor.
Right.
That's high.
That's what I mean by hardship.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the other buckets in this bond is for pre-K facilities development.
For what?
Pre-K facilities development. The AG settlement and the amount of attention and press our district has around this issue potentially could also enter into
work in our favor for a
decision making around getting some support for a world-class school.
And then you talked about the local bond being every couple of years, but then I didn't follow your statement after that. You started talking about 10 years. I didn't understand how a potential 2-year delay translated to 10.
Well, if you think that let's as a thought exercise say that we go for the bond in 2022 and that the community passes the bond, and depending upon the advice of not our facilities council but our bond council, we last time I was involved in part of this effort, it took about 18 months to actually sell the bonds, because on the advice of bond counsel, you want to time the bond market, right? You don't always necessarily sell the bonds right away after you approve them, right? And then the money comes in, and then you go through a design process, and then it's at DSA for 2 years.
So it wasn't a 10-year delay. You're describing a multi-year process.
I was describing a multi-year process, and what I was suggesting is if we go in 2022, I can't envision us actually cutting the ribbon on a building for another 10 years. But if we go later this year, in this upcoming year, I think there's a much more realistic possibility of something happening in a 5 to 7 year range as opposed to a 10-year range, which I think, given the energy in our community around retention of families and facilities and program development, is actually a really critical difference in time frame, right? 10 years is, I think, hard for a lot of people to imagine. 5 years, people potentially will still have kids in the schools that can benefit from the new schools. And I think it's a much more tangible goal for this process, and that's really where my recommendation comes from.
I'm not sure I follow the 2 years turning into 5 years, but I'll just accept that for a moment. What's the significance of approving this now in December versus March or June? Why this month? I understand you're thinking on this year, but why this month? And to put that question in context, there's so much in motion on unification that has been represented should be coming together in the next few months, where you could get a much better sense of, buy-in on, all parties, structural considerations, et cetera, that I would think even by March, maybe even February, we'd have a different mindset as to kind of where this is headed.
But they're part of the process, though. This doesn't mean that is not going to move forward. So that discussion will be folded into if this is voted on. I think
but
one
if
of the
it collapses, then we have a big contract with a collapsed unification process. So you have a better gauge of that in the coming months. So I'm wondering, why not wait 2-3 months even to put this in context of the strength of our unification effort?
Right, but I mean, if we continue to come from a lens of implosion on every single thing, I just don't think we're going to get traction, right? We're talking about families, the great exodus of families, and now we're saying if we even remotely decide to move forward with, and we requested to have a facilities plan come back to us. A part of developing the plan, a part of the greater vision encompasses the 94965 communities. It's not just this board, it's this board that is making the decision to partner and move along with this contract. And yeah, maybe some of that insurance money as we go down the line here can be embedded in where we need these extra expenses. But at any rate, it doesn't close the door on having conversations with our greater community. If we decide to do this tonight, or if we decide to do it in March, what's going to make the difference in March? In March, we probably will be hearing the exact same things. You got the great exodus, people are leaving, people are uncertain. So unlike yourself, Caroline, I came here tonight with a little bit of enthusiasm and thinking that we requested a facilities plan. I am a little remiss that we were not a part of the negotiation, but to hear that there was over $50,000 savings, that there were several organizations that came in, and we had 3 of our top tier administrative staff make the decision to land on this particular company. I just thought, in my opinion, it's just a great time to begin to have a broader conversation on what facilities looks like. In a minute, the Nevada campus is a great wind that comes through is just going to wipe it out. I don't think we have time.
And if I may, I really want to encourage us to think in terms of both and.
Both what?
Both and instead of either or. The importance of starting it now versus March is that there needs to be a significant community engagement effort. There needs to be a significant amount of community input. And my fear would be starting in March that, I mean, we already asked them to accelerate the timeline. They wanted to take 9 months to do community engagement. And I suggested that we might be able to add on to some of the community engagement work we're already doing, the fact that we've at least got a small group of people thinking about facilities, right? Crunching that down into a 3-month timeline, I think would be inadvisable. And so where does the time crunch come from, right? in order to get on the November ballot for the bond, we would have to file in June. And so that's why I would advise against waiting until March and doing it now. Even now, the recommendation of WLC, I also want to invite you all if you want to come and answer any of these questions, but is already a rather tight timeline. I think the reason that we were able to agree that it could be done is that we already have a significant amount of community engagement work underway that we believe they can attach to.
It is just a personal opinion. I'm sure I'll get outvoted. I don't see November as likely here. So I'm already thinking we're in that next cycle.
2022? I don't know if this is appropriate, so just tell me if it's not, but I know that Marika's on the facilities work group. Is that true? I don't want to put you on the spot, but so you don't have to answer, but I would be.
She has a card here.
Oh, okay. I would be interested, good. I would be interested in, given how much the facilities group has met, what your feeling
Wait,
is.
I'm sorry, but we cannot take it out of order. Although you have a card, Marika, Kate is up to speak.
Well,
Are you passing Kate?
But I have a couple more questions.
Okay. And
No, I'm sorry.
we haven't exhausted. Okay, no worries. Hold on, Marika, don't go anywhere. Yes, Caroline, you have a couple questions.
I agree with what you want to hear from her, so
Oh,
I
okay,
just have a
good.
couple more questions. So I'm reading under basic services, and I don't know what page this is, page A1. And it talks about coordinating with the district, interface and survey community groups as needed, including the desegregation advisory group, providing reports and recommendations as it relates to physical facilities, including a description of options for enrollment as may be required pursuant to the desegregation order. Consultants shall take into account during the performance of the services and ensure that any services provided shall comply with the desegregation order or any program or directive arising therefrom. I mean, I've been involved with facilities master planning, and it's curious to me that that's so deeply ingrained in this services language. Doesn't mention unification, doesn't mention the facilities committee, and the desegregation order. I don't know how heavy that is as far as facilities. And so I'm curious why it's so embedded into these services. And my read of the desegregation order was it only has to do with Bayside MLK and the programming at Bayside MLK on the judgment, not the district as a whole. And if Bayside MLK doesn't achieve these certain timelines, we need to do certain things. So I don't know, maybe give me some background as to the thought process behind that.
I think it may just have actually been a conflation with unification, but I do believe that as a long-range desegregation plan, also having state-of-the-art facilities on both campuses is critical to retaining and desegregating our community. While certainly the settlement agreement focuses on Bayside MLK, it doesn't mandate facilities development. It certainly does leave open any and all strategies to attract families and desegregate the district. And my argument is that facilities development I think is going to be really important in that regard. But that would be my short answer to your question, and I want to hear what Marika has to say too. So I don't know if that's satisfactory for you. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, because me it sounds like it's the desegregation advisory group and this order is driving the process. And I see the importance of the involvement of both of those things, but I don't necessarily see it as driving the process. And so I'm concerned about the language within it because of that.
I think that we could amend it to say unification. I wouldn't have any any
Okay.
problem with that. I think, like I said, I think it might have just been a conflation from the conversation we were having around community engagement.
Or we, add unification, this and that.
Yeah, both and.
I think both and.
Yeah. Okay.
So the question was asked about the facilities committee and the unification. Regrettably, we haven't really gotten very far, and I think part of it was that we all asked ourselves the question, well, what are we supporting? I think the facilities master plan starts with a vision, and then it starts with education specifications. There's a bunch of things that need to precede actually understanding what the facility is going to do, and so we were tasked with sort of envisioning something that we couldn't imagine. But I do think many of the things that we couldn't do with the group that we had, and we haven't actually met that many times because of this, is that a lot of things need to be done, capacity studies, all the things that you need to understand what's possible, right? We don't have that with enrollment projections, et cetera. So we do need to understand what's our capacity as a district in a bunch of different scenarios. To me, that's the most important work to be done right now. We can go into debates about trying to go on a quick runway to get to the 2020 bond. I'm the last person to say you shouldn't invest in facilities. That's my role here, right? That's what I do. But I wouldn't let that be the driver. I think what we need to do is have a concrete vision that we can then give these, and I've had the pleasure of working with Leo. I think these are fantastic master planners. So, you chose well, and that is really heartening. That said, they're going to ask the same questions I would if I were a consultant working on a master plan. It's like, okay, what's the vision here? What are the strategic documents that will support what we're trying to support with facilities? So that's a big task to do in a short while. So I think that work has to be done. I think it would do well to be done in concert with folks who understand the potential. So that piece of the scope I find is critical right now, as long as we're not trying to drive it towards a fancy new facility that everyone now is suddenly saying that's the image of unification. That's not necessarily the image of unification. We have two facilities, one of which is falling apart. If we do a bond, it's about unsexy stuff that's just keeping these buildings going. And if we have the vision, that's 2 years hence when we can really figure out what it is we want to do. And that's me and my take. But if there is this opportunity and it comes in these windows, we should stage what those windows look like. And it is investing in both campuses, so it's expenditure that I understand as being important. But also to Josh's point, a bond is a tough sell in this environment right now. And so, it can't be about a vision that not everyone feels that they haven't had a say in. It's got to be about what everyone does understand, which is these facilities are falling apart and we need to fix them towards basic educational competency. And so that's where I think we need to get. But the pre-work, the needs assessment, all of the things that need to happen before that, that's necessary wherever you go, right? So I think that is important to get us just understanding where we can go from here. How could we absorb whatever projected enrollment we're looking at? How could we absorb kids at both schools, one school, et cetera, whatever that looks like. So I think that's important work to do.
Do you think that planning, Marika, can help the vision? Can help, do those things have to be kept apart? Or does one absolutely have to precede the other? Or can they inform each other and organically?
Yeah, if done well, right? And I have no doubt these guys know how to do that well, but it is dangerous to try to drive a strategic process through a facilities process. Their job is to support a strategic process. You can't reverse that, I wouldn't say, and certainly not if you want the support of the community who is working hard to try to figure out what that vision is, right?
Gotcha.
Well, I do want to add that in my time on this board, this is not our first request of a facilities plan. And in fact, I do believe that we did one around the first year that I was on the board, that I was appointed to the board back in 2014. Of course, our community, if you will, it wasn't as let me just say, combative as it is now, with all that is going on. So we did have, you know, a facilities plan that was done, that we spent a little chunk of change on as well, and I don't know where that is. Maybe we can pull that one out, give them a little something to work off of, because we did have one.
There was preparation for a bond before I even got on the board in 2012. It's part of what piqued my interest as to why that didn't even make it to the ballot. And then, of course, 2014, there was another attempt, and here we are again. And I think that's kind of my concern. A lot of money, a lot of time and energy, and I don't think we've ever lined it up right, and doing it in context of we haven't figured out the overall strategy that the facilities need to support. You know, on a hope we qualify for some state bond that may pass, on a hope that we hit, you know, the November ballot, and everybody's, you know, not only got a vision for this, but the community is bought in enough where we get the votes. I just think this is a big stretch with a lot of money, and I would slow it down and do it right.
Yeah, regrettably, that bond didn't make it to the ballot because of some internal issues.
No,
of
not the one
A,
I'm
not talking to
about.
B, the one that we didn't.
2012, yeah.
Well, maybe not in 2012, I'm talking most recently, when our superintendent at the time thought that the administrative assistant was going to file it. Oh, you didn't file it? Oh, you didn't file it? And it never got put on the ballot, which is tragic all in itself. But Marika, thank you so very much.
I don't mean to put you on the spot either, but if anyone would like to comment on this struggle that we're having with about process, thank you.
Well, good evening. I'm Leo Ray Lynch with WLC Architects. I'm principal there. And it's Terry?
Terry Miller. I'm with Kadama Designo Architects.
And it's been a very interesting meeting.
You're welcome.
Haven't seen anything yet.
But, you know, our office is in Berkeley, and we've worked for Berkeley for about 15 years. So, and I actually worked for Oakland Unified as in facilities for about 5 years. And I went to all the meetings, so we had some meetings at Oakland Unified that, you know, this is early. So, but anyway, this has been very good. It's been very informative. One of the things that I think is, to go to the questions that were being asked, is part of the value of coming to meetings like this, and also the process you're going through, the unification process that you're currently going through, is that we as master planners get to understand what the issues are. To be part of that process, rather than waiting until, as I understand what you're saying about waiting until March, you know, waiting until April or whenever, when you guys have figured it all out. Well, what we'd like to do is be part of that process of figuring it all out. To be there with you, to understand what are the issues you're grappling with, what are the things that you need, things you don't need, what works, what doesn't work, and we can hear that best, particularly since you're going through this process now. You're trying to decide, are we one school, are we two schools, do we fix them both, do we do something new? We want to be part of helping you do that. You know, we've worked with small districts, with large districts. We've done it all throughout the state. We have offices throughout the state in terms of our firm, although my office is in Berkeley. And so we've worked with a lot of districts, so we understand a lot about the whole master planning process. We've done districts as small as 2 schools, just like this one. We did Loma Prieta's master plan, which only has 2 schools that are literally right next door to one another. And we've done districts at West Contra Costa. We're Mass Architect at West Contra Costa for 15 years. And we did all their schools. So, you know, we understand how to work with the districts and how the master planning process should go. So I think we can really help you through this process that you're going through as well. So that's one of the things I think would be of value to you. And so if you have any general questions about what we do, and also what Marika was talking about in terms of the capacity analysis and all those things, that's actually the first steps, as she said, that we would be doing. That's part of what our role in this process, as we discussed with the superintendent, is to actually start there, to figure out, both assess existing facilities, assess this facility and Willow Creek, and also to do that, to look at, what is your capacity? What do you have here? How much can you get? How much do you need? How much do you have in excess? All those kinds of things. Where do you go from here? If they stay static, how do you go? If we combine, where do we go? So that's all the process that you guys are going to be looking at too, and you're going to need some of the information that we can provide for you to make some of those decisions that you need to make.
I just have a question. If we start with you at this capacity, you do that assessment, and then we move along and the unification process reaches a point and we have a deadline with the AG for having a plan, and let's say we get it partway through, and then we feel like we have to take 3 months out of intense community discussion about the structural options. I mean, is that possible? And could you put things on hold? I mean, I know we asked you to fast track this, but can you put things a little bit on hold and let that conversation that might need to happen in order to build support in the community? I mean, or do you just get on this track and go?
No, as your consultant,
yes,
we follow your schedules. You tell us how you want it to be structured, how you want to go. That's why, as you mentioned, we said it should be a 9-month process to make it comfortable. They said, you know what, we'd like to make it faster because we need to move forward with this and say, okay, we will then see what we can do to collapse that schedule and make it work for you. And that's what we do. If we need to extend it to make it work for you, we can do that as well. And I think it's a valid move to actually accelerate it, quite frankly, because I think your chances of getting a bond are very good. There have been something like 80 to 90% passage rate for bonds in the last 2 election cycles that we've had. The state is putting a $13 billion bond on the ballot in March. Hopefully that'll pass. We'll see what happens. But if that passes in March, then there's going to be a flood of money that's going to be available for you. And it is, as was mentioned, first come, first serve in the process. And the longer you wait, the faster that money gets eaten up. Because districts are actually priming themselves right now to move forward to try to access those funds. Whether they're going to get a match or whether they're going to get 100% depends on, on the districts and what their conditions are. But they're all primed because they know that no matter whether it's a 50-50 match or a 40-60 match or 100%, they know it's money they're not going to have to spend on their facilities. They're going to save money in that process. So, and these state bonds don't come around that often. So everyone wants to take advantage of them when they can.
Thank you so much for your availability. Are there other questions, other clarifying questions? Please don't leave, because our next person might have a question for you. Marilyn Mackel.
Good evening. I just want to try to refresh some recollections here. The word facilities plan, if you go back to the tapes, it's been a part of the discussion of this board when, prior to Tarina Maris becoming the interim superintendent, what was his name? I had a nickname, I'm not going to call him that.
Will McCoy.
Will McCoy. When Josh and I sat on a committee over here in the office trying to get this Northbridge School building turned into a space for the school. Facilities plan, Josh said we had to have. And we won't do anything because we didn't have a facilities plan. Remember your words, Josh. In board meetings, trying to push forward something with that space over there. Facilities plan. Facilities plan, we didn't have it. That was what, a year and a half, 2 years ago? think you're right, Ida. There was a facilities plan some years ago. There was some bond discussion some years ago. Where that work is, who knows? And each time, it was contentious around here. There hasn't been a time when this board hasn't been in contention since I've been in this community, about 10 years. So let's be real. The facilities plan, you can walk and chew bubble gum. I guarantee you can. Even though you might be as tired as I am right now. You're capable of doing that. And this is information that every time something comes up to do something, the madness over at Willow Creek falling apart. Facilities plan. Please, people, you don't have a choice tonight but to vote on this. If you delay, I haven't heard any benefit to delay. You're capable of walking and chewing gum. We don't know whether we're going to unify. We do know that we're going to follow the orders of the Attorney General. I hope we know that. I know somebody's trying to upset that too, but something has to happen to make a shift here. And in that process, no matter what happens, you have a campus here and a campus there, regardless of what happens. That campus was maintained. Remember that mess when they wanted to essentially have you sign something that would have given it up to a charter forever? Facilities plan. Those are the words that came out in board meetings. Please, you don't have an option here. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for bringing this forward today, because they've been talking about it for the past few years, at least 4 or 5 times a year. Do your jobs, guys.
Thank you.
So I'd like to comment on that. I agree strongly we need a facilities plan, and I've been asking for a facilities plan for years. And I've pointed out that the work that was already done should be leveraged for years. My concern is we've created an environment with such uncertainty around structure that supposedly we will be getting great progress on in the coming months, not only around the structure of where we're headed, but also around kind of what our budget looks like in both the longer term, but also the short term, which right now the district and charter are really struggling with, a vision for how they sustain themselves for even next year. So this firm is probably a wonderful firm. I'm impressed with them tonight. I'm sure they're a great firm. I would think we should hire probably this firm. I just think they'll be observing and educating themselves on kind of what we're struggling with. But my fear is we as a community may fall apart in the next few months, and they'll just have watched that. And then we'll at least know, okay, at that point, either unification's on the table and we're working towards kind of a direction, or unification, because it has to be voluntary, might fall off the table in the near term, in which case now we got a whole nother direction to work out. And so I do see some benefit of kind of slowing it down a little bit. I'm not talking years, talking let's see how the next few months unfold and go from there. So I don't believe I'm being inconsistent with the very things I've been calling for. I think I'm being cautious with spending nearly $150,000 and the timing and efficacy of that. But I'm sure I'm going to be outvoted, so you don't have to worry.
So I'm prepared to make a motion, but if there's, I don't want to cut off discussion. But
Please, because I don't think that the unification discussions are going to end at 11:35 p.m. We're in discussion. We're going to keep moving.
Agreement.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if you could. Yeah, can I, and the reason that I would like to move forward is when I talk to people about unification, one of the big issues they have is facilities. It's like having to envision what it could be like and where it could be and, what are we talking about? And it feels to me like we've got to get some professional guidance about how we do that. And I'm convinced that professional guidance will not be finished, but maybe it will by February or whatever, that this is all part of the process. So, and I am not, given my concerns about the state budget, I'm really concerned that if we don't move quickly, we will miss a big window of opportunity with the bond, because I just honestly don't see, some more money in the next 2 years. I think we should jump on this if we possibly can. I think we should hope that this bond measure passes and that things move forward, but I just think we're at a sort of unique opportunity. So I would really like to move forward with it tonight. I would recommend that we adopt the contract and that we take it from the fire proceeds, the insurance proceeds, with a goal that it would be part of a plan and ideally would be able to be dealt with, and that the information about incorporating the discussions about unification be part of it. And I don't know if you have any other additions, Caroline.
Yeah, and it's a little hard to recommend amendments to this contract because this desegregation order really is embedded throughout the whole thing. And it's written, it's included in here as a driver and a check that their work is in compliance with the desegregation order. And like you said, I don't read the desegregation order to really dictate facilities. So it's really confusing me why it's in here as like a governing document that the facilities work would need to comply with. And
Caroline, just for clarity, are you talking on Article 1 of definition?
It's throughout the whole thing. Let me show you, I'll find one example.
So if
I
it
did
said
see that.
instead the unification process, or there was a way
both.
to
Well, like
address that?
Article 2, 2.3.
me
So,
yeah, let me find one where it's kind of embedded. I can't, how do you undo it? Let me find one.
so Article 2,
Review,
2.3.
like I'm looking at 5.4.1, and it's page A4.
Consistent with the desegregation.
And it says, review and analyze demographic reports to determine feasible site locations and grade configuration based on enrollment projections consistent with the desegregation order. So I don't know what that means, because I don't know that desegregation order talks about enrollment projections, grade locations, except for how it's going to require we increase the percentages of desegregation over time. And so I don't want this thing to be kind of headed that direction when we're kind of heading towards the unification direction.
Where are
Certainly
you?
if the whole thing falls apart, then that's the only choice we have. So maybe so where am I looking?
Yes.
5.4.1.
It's on page A4.
Or, okay.
Or-
So what I see before me is a draft document.
Right.
It's not a final document.
Right, so that's what I think Caroline is asking, that the draft be modified.
Right.
To.
And it's hard for me to make edits on the fly because the integration of this contract with the desegregation order is kind of pervasive throughout the contract. And I just don't know what the intent was to have the desegregation order being the driver of the parameters around the facilities master plan.
So I would recommend that we update it with the unification language. And I don't see any drawback to de-emphasizing the desegregation language in this contract per se, but I think the earlier offering of saying both and having them together as drivers is probably a better way forward.
Yeah, like this one sentence, review and analyze demographic reports to determine feasible site locations and grade configuration based on enrollment projections consistent with the, and now it says desegregation order, with the unification task force work and
unification
desegregation
plan,
order, or
unification
unification
plan.
unification
process.
plan, yeah. So maybe So maybe that would be the motion where it says compliant with desegregation order and unification plan, or where it says desegregation work group or committee, it would be and unification task force. So that way both of those are kind of integrated in here. And then include in the definitions, unification task force, and unification plan. So those are defined terms. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
I just don't want it to get too sideways.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to put both in given where we are, because the desegregation order basically deals with what if we don't unify, including the potential of moving
Bayside to Salcedo.
back over to the other campus. And if the facilities master plan isn't considering that as a possible outcome, it's really missing something.
I agree.
Likewise, the various options for unification. You know, I don't know how you expedite and drop 50 grand when there's so many variables. It's going to be really interesting when you guys do this work.
I don't think they have any illusions.
So I would
Strap
move,
in for the ride.
Yeah. So I would move everything that Bonnie mentioned, which is approve the contract, that it comes from the insurance money with the additions of the unification task force and unification plan to those areas where it talks about desegregation order.
Can I just
or
hear,
desegregation advisory committee.
can I just hear, you alluded to the unification language. I need clarity on what you're saying.
So Steve, can you make sure that minutes reflect this conversation, and that we would be everywhere where it adding a definition on page
One.
Adding the unification plan
And unification task force.
and unification task force to the definitions. They're in between 1.11 and 1.12, and then everywhere where desegregation is noted in the contract, making it desegregation/unification plan.
Yeah, or if it says desegregation order, it would say unification and unification plan.
Yeah.
And where it says desegregation advisory group,
Unification
they would say
task
/
force.
unification task force.
Yeah.
And if there's other areas that I didn't list, you get the gist.
Right.
I think so.
Yeah.
So I'll second that motion then.
Okay.
Before you move, one more point of clarity. I'm just a little foggy on this. The unification task force and advisory groups is just that, they're advisory. The desegregation was imposed by the Attorney General.
Desegregation advisory group is a condition of the settlement with the Attorney General.
Okay.
The unification task force is what we, both boards, entered into voluntarily.
That part, okay.
And then,
Both were voluntary by us. I mean, we agreed to the settlement.
yeah.
Right.
So now I don't know where our
ways about
facilities
that.
committee fits into this whole thing, but maybe that's down the road, once we get a plan in place, facilities committee would kind of take over at that point.
In terms
When
of
you
the-
start talking about bonding and that kind of thing.
I would welcome any and all support and help
Yeah.
in that regard.
Okay, this is before us. Bonnie, you had a motion.
I had
to
a
bring in.
motion.
It's Caroline's
Caroline.
motion, I'm seconding.
Okay.
Sorry.
Caroline, can you please make your motion?
I did.
Restate
Do you
it.
have it? He's got it.
He has it.
Thank you, Steve has it.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to say it? All right,
Be
so it was
good.
approve it, that the money would come from the architecture fund, the architect, whatever it is, the
insurance
construction
fund.
insurance money fund. Sorry, it's late, my brain. It's Monday.
That too.
And then the modifications to the contract include the unification task force, where it says unification advisory committee. So it would be that / this. And then where it says unification or desegregation order, it'd be desegregation order / unification plan. And if there's other places, and then we'd add the definition of both of those terms to the first page.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's been moved.
And I second.
And second. And in this daunting hour, it comes up to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Opposed.
That makes 5 votes. All right. We are going to chug along on these next items, or we will be bringing them back in January.
Thank you, Marika.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
As much fun as it's
Thank
been.
you so much
Thank
for
you.
being here
Thank
tonight.
you.
Everybody's leaving.
Yeah.
Zip through this.
We can't compare to Oakland or Berkeley. I don't think we're going to... You haven't seen anything yet. Come to the next one. So on this next, consider approval of a contract for the food service, unless there's some questions, which I'm sure there may be.
I have a question. So it's 50,000 in revenue. Do we know what the net would be? Because obviously, as you increase lunches, you increase food costs. So it'd be like a
Good
net
point.
20, net 30, net whatever.
Well, so there is an increase in cost, but it's definitely offset by the revenue. So we'd be charging $7.65 per student per day, which the food cost in terms of ordering is about $1.25 per kid. So it still should expand revenues significantly and not add too many additional expenditures. And I think the other thing that I would offer for your consideration is that this can serve as a model for how we could expand food service to other organizations that then would further expand our revenue.
Yeah.
Mark,
And then is,
on the food is clear, but what about staff?
So we've
you've got capacity right now.
we've had a significant conversation with staff, and staff has agreed that they have the time and the capacity to take this on at no additional cost.
Great. No
But then
problem.
as you grow, you're going to need to add more staff. So there's kind of these step increases in costs where your return might not be as great.
We have kids who want to work in the kitchen. I mean, you know. The Horizon Community School is right across the street.
Yeah. And I want to thank Tarina, because I know you started this conversation, so thank you. Because we were looking at what to do with the lunch, and so this was a brilliant
great
option,
solution.
so thank you for doing that.
Thanks to Dr. Garcia for carrying.
For
through.
landing it.
Yeah, landing the plane.
Yeah. All right, I move approval. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I cut you off.
No, you move.
I move approval.
Please go.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right. We're coming to consider approval of a contract for U.S. Omni, third-party administrative services.
So there's no fiscal impact for this, but we do have to approve a third-party administrative services company to administer the retirement plan that's available to district employees. It's above and beyond CalSTRS or CalPERS. The educators can elect to, prior to tax withholding, elect to put money in a 403B, which is kind of like a 401k, but it's a special account for educators. And so we do need a third-party administrator for that. We can't administer it ourselves. And so we're recommending that that third-party administrator be U.S. Omni.
There's no fiscal impact.
There's none.
They're doing it because they love us, or?
Fees out, I'm sure.
They do. But it doesn't cost us anything as
Right.
an organization. There is a cost to the employees, but the amount of pre-tax savings it's worth it. I've always had a 403B in every manifestation of my career, whether it was from the lowest paid teaching position to the to the highest paid administrative position I've held. It's one of the tiny perks our country offers to educators is this tax-sheltered pre-tax account.
Awesome.
Who's doing this today?
Oh, thank you for adding that. It's also not just a one-off for Sausalito Marin City. It's a consortium that's done with all the districts in the county.
Who's doing this today for us?
What? TDS. It's a third-party company we use. Tax-deferred systems, I believe is what it's called.
That's right, services, tax-deferred services.
And the reason for switching?
Bad service.
Okay, good enough.
Plain and simple.
The county is switching.
So this is before, this is an action item?
And I used Omni, just as a little point of background, I used Omni probably 20 years ago. I'm dating, maybe 15 years ago. Very happy with their service.
Thank you.
All right, Josh, you do it.
Yeah.
Motion to approve?
Woo, second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That leaves no one opposing. Moving on, this is to consider a contract with TR Pros for public relations. Excited about this. Please share.
Yeah, so I'm recommending approval. The fiscal impacts, if we do a 6-month contract, will be between $16,800 and $18,000. This is not additional expenditure, as it's been part of the budget for the DSEG efforts, and part of the summary was that we could indeed hire a PR firm. I think that this firm, I'm recommending approval of this firm for multiple reasons, but one, they offer the most comprehensive package. Sorry, I got a fly on my face here. Not only print media services, but social media, as well as a number of audio-video pieces and productions. And so this is a really good deal for the cost and the comprehensive scope of what they're offering us. We could save a little bit of money if we engaged in a year-long agreement, but I think given the nature of where we are, I want to make sure that we're locked in at least for 6 months, and that you know, everything that we're doing in terms of unification and desegregation is well publicized, well documented, trumpeted to the world from all 4 corners, and then played back. And so they're also a local company, and they have the capacity to do all this work internally, which is another added bonus. The other requests that the other responses to RFP that I got were charging as much as $5,000 per print, and they were from places in the Midwest that would have had to fly a team of people out here, and so we're saving a significant amount of money on travel costs, as well as what they're offering to produce overall.
I have a question. I'm thinking about this. I just want to make sure that by going with a 6-month plan as opposed to the 1 year, we don't cut down. I mean, it's one thing to look at a year-long thing and to build stuff up and to keep things going into the prospect of losing, of stopping at a critical time of informing the public and building relationships with the public and the press and the media. I just want to make sure that not so much for the money side of it to save, you know, $300 but for looking at the long-term, our longer-term goal of raising the image of our endeavor is not sacrificed by, you know, not asking these guys to stay with us for a year. I didn't see in the contract what the terms are if after 5 months we decide that they're not fulfilling our expectations, our hopes and expectations. Is there a cancel clause in here? I couldn't find that.
That's a good question. We can certainly revise it and add it in. I think I'm advocating for there. You're right. There isn't a cancel clause, so I'll make sure that we add that in on a revision. It's an easy add. So here's my experience with PR firms, and that's the reason I'm recommending 6 months. I'm sure that if we're satisfied and we want to continue services, they'll be happy to continue services. I would actually. I think this is a really good choice for us. I'm recommending 6 months so that we can process check and decide if we want to continue with this firm or at this level or at this revenue expenditure prior to making any commitment into next year's budget.
And do we have, I mean, maybe we can delay the start of this by a month, because we have the holidays, then we have the memo coming out and a couple of town halls. I almost think that it'd be better to start these videos in this process when we are closer to a plan. I don't know.
The only thing I would say about that is I think that we could use some help advertising everything that we're doing and getting people to continue to come. And not that I don't want to continue to project manage all these different projects, but the more I can get, them to manage the media campaign around getting people to come, the sooner the better for my focus in terms of leading the district forward on some of the other areas. It's a similar reason why I was excited that Marin Promise wants to come in and coordinate the Teacher of Color pipeline effort, right? Like I think that I'm happy to hold all the spaces, and I will hold all the spaces I need to hold, and the less space I need to hold, the faster I'll be able to focus on improving student achievement, for instance. And I do think all of these things do relate back to improving student achievement. And community engagement takes a lot of time.
So are you thinking of starting before the break, or?
No, we would start January for sure.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, I'm not going to execute this contract tomorrow.
Yeah, that's at least that's what I was thinking. Start after the break. Yeah. Don't want to start the clock and they're like, all right, bye.
Yeah. No, that wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah. All right.
I just want, everything that they do takes time. And so if you stop them in January, they will have stopped the projects, before that, because there's, so that's all. If that's long enough, or maybe we can decide we need to keep this going. So, but I get the fiscal year thing makes sense.
I do think that they, I wouldn't worry about a drop in service. I'm confident if we want to continue to retain them, that they'll continue to work with us. I wouldn't worry about that too much.
So are you going to make a motion, Deborah?
Yes. I can't read. I can't see anymore. I move that we approve the contract with TR Pros for public relations services for a 6-month period, with the inclusion of a cease and whatever clause.
Before we vote, I know it still hasn't been seconded, but I have the same timing issues as I had with the facilities master plan, and I don't think our problem is getting people to come to these meetings right now. I think our problem is getting to brass tacks with leaderships of 2 organizations to ensure we're on track with buy-in. And I'm personally not convinced we're there. And I think getting there would make me feel a lot better about spending money on PR help, on facilities planning help, et cetera. And I'm hoping we get there quickly, but I don't feel we're there now. So I just want to put my vote in context. Go ahead.
And I will say, I really think we need some help with communications. I feel like I am delighted that people are coming out. I also feel that people don't always know about it. I think that there's a lot of work that would just be helpful to expand sort of communications. So I'm appreciate the perspective, but I really do think we need some assistance.
And I think our community is broader in the 94965 than that little cluster that we continually point to. There's a lot of people who don't even have kids in the district who are interested in what's going on in the district. I was talking to somebody earlier today who was saying how they now want to get involved, and I pointed them to the website so that you can. So I don't think that we're talking in terms of a cluster, that we really do need to spend the time to really concentrate on more of the masses. Well, there's a lot of folks that are not even in the conversation because they don't know. And so, to have some extra help, I think is a good thing.
And to clarify confusing issues that continue to be confusing and misrepresented, et cetera. Yeah.
Yeah, along those lines, just anecdotally, our next door neighbor had a party. My husband went by and he's like, oh, this district stuff, I won't even talk about it. I won't even touch that subject. And it's all just going to go back to the way it was. This unification process, I don't know, it's not going to work. So the more we can communicate on a regular basis where we are and what we're doing. And that's like, he's a 27, 8-year-old maybe, no kids, single, renter in the neighborhood. And so, but that's kind of the talk around that demographic.
No doubt, it's sad.
Voter for our bond.
It's really sad because people think in terms of the district in that way. And please don't even get me started with bringing up Marin City. When you hear Marin City, you're automatically thinking in some just negative way. And for me, for all those who see it as that, they're part of the problem. So having a PR firm that can come in and change the optic, the negativity and all the rest of that is great timing.
We become the Richardson School District and the Golden Gate Academy.
Hey, Richardson Bay.
There we go.
Why not? It was once there. This is before us as an action item. You moved it. I didn't hear your second.
Before, did your motion include adding the cancellation clause? Okay.
I didn't get the wording right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Did you get that, Steve? She motioned with adding the cancellation clause.
For the 6-month contract, yes. I moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second.
Oh, there's
Are you
public
waving
comment,
because you have?
Oh, yeah,
Please,
sorry. Yay.
come to the diocese.
It's late.
All right, Richard,
I didn't hear any discussion about how do we coordinate this with what's going on at Willow Creek, and how do we think about this as a unified school. It didn't come up on any one of these, and every one of them that I look at, they could have gone that way. What PR firm are they using? They're using one. If we have two separate ones, we're going to have two competing PR firms. So we should be thinking about unified school.
Thank you. So a part of that judgment from the Attorney General was inclusive of us getting some public relations out there. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. And that is noteworthy, specifically with you staying here till 11:55 p.m. to make that response. So something to think about. TR pros.
Did we vote?
We haven't voted.
I forget. Okay.
Nor did we really address, the idea of using one firm.
I'm sorry. I have to say, we have at least 2 narratives that are in opposition out there. So I look forward to the day when we can share one firm, but I don't think we're there.
I don't think we're there either.
Huh?
We agree. I don't think we're there either.
Well, and so maybe having a really great firm will help us get there. That's my hope.
Our charge
Maybe at
before
the end of
us.
6 months,
Yeah.
That'll be part of our,
Yeah.
And that is a charge
be a
before
good
us, is to have PR embedded in, so it has been moved. Did I hear a second over here? I think I did. We are taking a vote, all in favor. Aye. Oppose.
Opposed?
That brings us to 11.07. I'm excited to hear more about this.
Yeah, this is similar to support communication around and outreach and community engagement around all these efforts. What this will allow us to do is have a mobile app for our district that's available on the Android and Apple App Store, so that any of our parents that want to stay up to date with any current events or anything that's happening can simply download the mobile app, and as our social media accounts and websites get updated, it'll automatically push the information to the mobile app. So the mobile app will send push notifications to anybody's phone who it's downloaded on. There's some other really, I think, high leverage applications of this mobile app. It can help us reduce chronic absenteeism by allowing parents to report absences over the mobile app to our school office. This school office actually, this mobile app can actually talk directly to our student information system. So when a parent says, hey, my student is sick, I'm gonna take a PDF of the doctor's note, take a picture on my phone, upload it to the app, it'll actually populate areas for us without having to do anything. It'll allow for direct communication between teachers and parents. Small but not insignificant perk is the developer agreed to waive the full $3,250 cost. $1,500 is an annual fee. The balance is a one-time development fee for the app until July 2020. So it's free for the remainder of the year.
This year?
Yep.
so is this an adaptation of an existing app?
No, it's
Oh, they're building?
it would be the creation of a mobile app. So just like you have, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or your mobile banking app or any other app on your phone, it'll allow people to download it directly. And so, we know that for how old did you say your neighbor was, Caroline? 27?
Yeah, like 27, 28.
We're doing
yeah.
some really impactful things in terms of community engagement, and it's not working for that demographic. And so it's just part of the strategy to communicate with that demographic, and the fact that I believe it'll actually have a really profound impact on our engagement of our African American and Spanish speaking families as well. Those are demographics that we're not seeing show up very strongly from either school community. When I rolled out a mobile app in my last iteration as a school site leader, it dramatically improved our community engagement, our absence reporting, and just the way that people interact with the school. You can call on the phone and select, I don't know how many button pushes to try to talk to somebody to tell them why your kid is absent from school and or leave a message. But that's somewhere between a 3 and 5 minute process that with this app you can complete in about 4 swipes. And so I do think, as just part of 21st century communication, a mobile app is another really important piece of the communication.
Are there local schools that uses a mobile app?
Apparatus. There's thousands
Tarina
of
has
schools across
one,
the
yes.
country. But,
I mean, in Marin County.
So I guess that goes back to, why are we developing something fresh? Or, $1,500 to develop a good app doesn't seem like very much money to me, and it's such a low level, it's a little concerning to me.
Well, there were other competing proposals that would have cost us a lot more money to do the same thing, which is why I brought this one forward, and just trying to be mindful of cost savings. One of the proposals that I received was $10,000. Another proposal that I received was $5,000. School Messenger is one of the most widely used school mobile apps around the country, and so they were able to give us some cost breaks.
I see. So it's sort of an existing app that's going to be adapted. Is that a better?
They have a platform, so they'll customize.
Okay.
They'll customize their platform.
Customization makes sense to me. Building from scratch doesn't make sense to me. That was part of my my thought. And okay. And I will also say I'm not convinced that a 27-year-old is going to download an app, but I do think parents will. And I do, I think that there's value in that, and particularly if there's like a reminder or texting or other kinds of things that are part of it.
I was wondering the same thing. How will you get the parents to?
So part of this contract is actually, though, the other reason I am recommending this company over others is they didn't charge us any extra for the launch. So they'll create flyers and posters for us to send out and mail out, and we can start putting it and attaching it on every other flyer and everything we have. You can scan a QR code. It just says, hey, like if you want to know about unification, download the Sausalito Marin City School District mobile app. You want to know about any events, any parent center events, any community school events. It's something that will become ubiquitous in all of our advertising until we reach the
And what about our students?
500 people they can download it to.
All right.
I don't see any of this. Is that in what they're calling the reference quote, or?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's not in our packet?
It's not.
Okay. And were the other quotes that you got, did they also contain annual subscription fees?
Yes.
Okay.
Do they do translation?
Okay, sorry.
Spanish?
I'm not sure. I would need to check on that. I think so, but I need to check to give you a
What was
confident
asked?
answer. She asked, did they do translation?
Oh. So TAM uses an app, but, well, the girls have uploaded it, but they had to pay for it, and it has their GPA on it and other school communications. I can find out what that is, but.
Is it Aries?
No, I don't think it's Aries. What?
I thought they used School Messenger.
Yeah, I think it might be School Messenger.
That's what this is, right?
But they had to, well, we had to get a family subscription. It was like, I don't know, $2. And then now all of them have it.
So looking at their website, which actually looks really nice, I will say that,
That's a
and
good thing.
more than half of the K-12 schools across North America use a school messenger solution. So it's clearly, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
I think this is a good thing. The price is right. I hate annual subscriptions if you can get away without not having them, but you probably won't find one without one. I'm a little confused on the deferred payment and the way the service start date and all that language reads. I'm assuming they're just not charging us at all for this year, and then the first full year starts next year, but another interpretation is, no, you're getting charged for this year, maybe even the first year cost of $32.50. You just don't have to pay until next year, in which case we might be double paying next year.
I don't believe we'll be double paying next year.
That should be clarified somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because deferred is different from free.
True.
You're saying in
that is how I
December
read it,
they'll come
so,
back around and charge? Is that what you're saying?
I think Atoko has one idea that he represented. I just think the language in here is vague enough that it could be interpreted the other way. So just got to clarify.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so this is before us.
If we approve this, our deficit next year goes from 62 to 65,000.
But I think this is well worth it. I mean, I
There's-
actually think our motion should be to authorize Atoko to enter into a modified contract, to the extent that he has to clarify any terms or things, because I don't think we can do that.
it sounds like you're making a
I
motion.
would be happy to.
Okay, good.
We have a member of the public that would like to speak to this, I think.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
And anyone who stays till midnight, in my opinion, should
While you're walking to
have
the
the
podium, one
opportunity
other
to
thing is we can
comment.
sell advertising on here to offset the cost.
Oh.
Hi, so Kate Gothrow, district parent. I came in here and I stayed around actually because I wanted to just comment on the idea of what looked, when I read the packet, like a $3,000 contract, and in light of everything else, I thought, well, is this really money that we should be spent? Now, if we're really talking about $1,500, it feels petty. I don't really want to have that conversation. But as I was sitting here thinking about it, I did wonder, you were talking about parents having the ability to scan doctor's notes and so forth. Has anyone talked about the security? I mean, if all of a sudden we're talking about, and you said that students' grades could be on this, and all of a sudden I'm like, who are these people? Where is this information living? And what information about our students are we uploading to live in perpetuity on some cloud server somewhere? And do we have confidence in their security? So actually that takes precedence in my mind over the $1,500 expense.
Thank you. I will check into that.
Well, if they're being used as widely as their website says, but yeah.
But that's a really important.
I'm like 99% sure it's encrypted and it's pretty safe, but I will make sure 100% sure.
Safe arrival. Okay, so make your motion.
it does make you feel comfortable, because I kind of feel the same way about DoorDash. Do they know what I like to eat and drink? Did you make a motion, Josh?
No, I was suggesting what it might look like, but I'm happy to make one. This isn't even a full contract, so I would just motion that we authorize our superintendent to enter into a contract up to $3,250 a year, or for the first year and $1,500 thereafter, with School Messenger around usage of their app. You know, taking the guidance from this conversation to modify the contract accordingly.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor? Aye.
Secure documents.
That brings us to 11.08, consider approval of agreement. Help me, Itoko, I'm like,
Yes.
it's garble at this point.
So it kind of goes back to the comment that the gentleman made to start the night about where we benchmark ourselves. And so what this contract would do would be to create a full color, glossy comparison of our student achievement results with a bunch of other like districts. So it would provide us an analysis of results over time, an analysis by grade level, ethnic groups, and income status, analysis by school type, and comparison of results to the average scores for 101 similar school districts in California that have at least 300 kids and fewer than 1,000 students, with an unduplicated rate between 31% and 81%. And I think we finally have a glimmer of positivity to begin to tell about our student achievement this year. We're starting to make some gains in some important areas, and I think being able to communicate that and show how we compare to other school districts of similar size and similar demographics is going to help everything that we're doing. Rebranding our district, unification, desegregation, and it would take me a considerable amount of time to create this kind of report myself. Since the dashboard just became public, I think we should follow it up with a hard copy. I think that even for thinking down the road in terms of things like encouraging people to vote for a bond, people are much more likely to vote for something that is showing improvement, and that's measurable and demonstrable improvement over something that isn't, or rhetoric that says it's not, or an idea that's attached to a history of failure. We have to start rewriting and retelling our story, and along with the other two things that you just approved, I think this is a really important mechanism for us to do so.
This is something just for the calendar year of 2020?
Yeah, it's a one-time cost.
And the report will be done in a little over a month.
It'll be done prior to January 31st.
Right, and so is that the right window for us to be looking at through? I mean,
I believe so. I mean, the California School Dashboard just went public last week, right? And so.
and that's an annual event, so we'd be waiting for another.
So now we can follow this up with a print publication for the community that, you know, again, I mean, it's a funny intersection of a conversation around generational tech
Got to use the mic.
Sorry. Thank
Recording.
you. It's getting late. It's funny intersection of a conversation around generational tech usage, right? But I do believe there's a large population of voters in the city of Sausalito and in Marin City that aren't going to look at the California School Dashboard. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to actually send them a hard copy publication so that they have current information about our district, and that they realize that for all the hand-wringing and all the talk and all of the negative narrative that's been surrounding our district historically, that there's some really important good things happening with student achievement.
They also help with LCAP. Remember when our committee was meeting and poor David was wringing his hands, and I think I promised to do a spreadsheet, but that never happened. But, you know, I mean, you just got to put all that data, all those numbers in there. And
Yeah, this does it for us.
Yeah.
There's a deliverable I would have liked to have seen that we may not choose to put in a glossy, but it was talked about tonight, which is comparing our results not just to similar demographic districts, but to our own county. And that may not be something you want to advertise in a glossy, but I think it's something we want to know. And so I don't know if that would change the cost of this, but I would love to see that in there.
I don't believe it'll change the cost, and I can certainly request that. They were pretty open. They gave me a bunch of different options. This was just kind of their form agreement that we settled on, but they're pretty flexible. Actually, the original reach out was around a PowerPoint presentation, and I was like, that I don't need. That I can do. But you want to create something for me that you're going to print and we can disseminate. That is useful.
And I think, that, as Josh said, I agree about putting us in the context of the county, because that's where we're aiming.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So this is an action item, and it is before us considering approval. We need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor? Aye. Oppose? Abstain?
Bless you.
Bless you.
12 point...
12:01 to midnight. Bless you.
Is that time? Is 12.01 just a marker, Itoko? Why is it here?
No, it's not just a marker.
For a long-term substitute.
Oh, it's long-term substitute, yes. Of course.
We
It's our
have
third grade teacher.
We have a third grade teacher that will be going out on leave starting January 6th, maternity leave to be specific, returning April the 3rd. And so...
Motion to approve.
Is this in our budget, in our substitute budget?
It is.
Yeah, okay. I'll move approval.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
This is kind of backtracking, but they already have the substitute teacher.
I was going to say, but thank you for your eagerness to get out of this meeting. that we found a really great candidate, and the idea is to onboard her for a couple days before the teacher goes out on leave, and for her to remain for a couple days when the teacher comes back, so that there's a smooth transition. But yeah, we're excited about this person.
Wonderful.
Thanks, sorry for cutting you off.
All right, we're on policy development 1301, consider approval of revising,
Motion to approve.
Second.
You can still discuss it. but I'm
what's
trying
the
to
AR?
So in particular, they found that if you look at page 11, 12, and 14, it's replaced in red and struck through, but the list of protected, this is AR 6174.
Yeah.
This is changing one word, monitoring, reclassification, redesignation on page, what page is that? 14.
Why didn't this go on consent? It's so trivial.
For at least 4 years. I could have put it on consent, but given the fact that we didn't have any discussion around it, I wanted to at least open it up for the opportunity.
I will move approval of this amendment to the bylaws.
Second. You're late.
Oh, you already did,
We
sorry.
already did. This side down here is already. All right. Have we thoroughly confused you, Steve? Okay. So Josh moved,
I seconded.
Deborah seconded. We had a conversation and then we went back, but at any rate, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right. So we're going to go to 1302. This is the revised board policy, and so I move approval.
Second.
All right.
It's a bunch of strikeouts. It's a lot of verbiage that needs to be included.
They didn't like the list of protected classes that CSBA gave us from 2018. There's now a new list of protected classes, and they could not have any of the expired protected classes on here to resolve our finding for FPM. So that's the why of the update.
Okay, wow.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any committee reports?
I have an LCAP report, a facilities report, sorry, just kidding.
I'm like, bring it, okay? We can stay here all night, people. Maybe not Tarina. All right. Itoko.
Yes.
Dr. Garcia.
Yes.
If you would, maybe not in January, but February, can we hear from Cam?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know that he's, MacGyver, building stuff and fixing stuff up. But what is going on over in Sausalito? I would love to hear what's happening in Nevada.
It occurs to me that perhaps we should alternate community school manager
That'd be
and
great.
facilities director reports on alternate board meetings. Would that be acceptable?
Yep,
Sounds wonderful.
All right, I will make it so.
Great plan.
as long as we put a time limit on them.
Cam won't talk long.
Yeah, no, Cam will be in and out, yeah.
Cam is in and out.
Yeah, but
Jamir?
he's got a lot to.
I love hearing him, he's so inspirational.
Well, he gave you an update from like September too, so
Yeah.
hopefully the next one.
He
will
was
be good.
incredible.
From September, he did.
Very uplifting.
So our next meeting is January the 9th.
And I'm sure the future topics will be there. Right? Okay.
Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Thank you all. Good evening.